Lo a gusto que estoy siempre a tu lado.
Buenos días.
A un lado tú y a otro Carmen, es lo que más placer me...
Muy buenos días. Muy buenos días, queridos colegas.
Colleagues, good morning.
Iniciamos la cuarta
We will
sesión.
be starting the fourth session now.
Versa sobre la situación
Vamos
en
começar a nossa
Ucrânia
sessão
y sus
sobre
relaciones
a
con la
situação
Unión
na
Europea.
Ucrânia e as suas relações com a União Europeia.
Así que, si les parece, tenemos
Se nada tiverem a
tres
obstar,
intervenciones.
teremos três
La
intervenções.
primera es la del
A primeira,
secretario general de
do
Política de
secretário-geral
Defensa,
da Política
el
de Defesa,
almirante don Juan
o
Francisco
almirante
Martínez Núñez.
Juan Francisco
Y,
Martínez Núñez.
almirante, si es tan amable,
Y
donde esté más cómodo, desde ahí o desde
O
el
Sr.
atril,
Almirante poderá
tiene
falar
usted la
daí
palabra.
ou do púlpito.
Is there a technician here somewhere?
You're on.
Copresidentes,
Adelante, almirante.
señoras y
Ladies
señores,
and gentlemen,
muy buenos días
good morning
y bienvenidos a
and
España.
welcome to Spain.
Cuando estamos ya cerca de cumplir
Well,
2 años
It's almost
desde el
2 years
inicio
now
de la
since
cruel y
the start
despiadada invasión
of the cruel
rusa de Ucrania,
invasion
los sentimientos
of
sobre el
Russia
conflicto en España
Ukraine.
son muy diversos.
The views on the
Por un
conflict in
lado,
Spain are
y
very
en primer
diverse.
lugar, de tristeza
First, we
por el
feel
injusto dolor
sadness for the
al que se ha
unjust
sometido
pain
a todo un
which
pueblo y
the
por
people
las
of Ukraine
víctimas
are
que
suffering, and
continúan
also for the
acumulándose y
victims
creciendo
which
cada día sin
are
cesar.
increasing every single
Por
day.
otro lado, el
On the other
sentimiento es de
hand, we
admiración
also feel
por la valerosa
admiration.
reacción de los
We
ciudadanos,
admire the
las autoridades y las Fuerzas
reaction of
Armadas
citizens,
que han permitido
of the government, of
desde
the
el
armed
primer día
forces, which from the very
definir y
first
mantener a
day
Ucrania como un pueblo
defined
libre,
and clearly stated
independiente,
that Ukraine is
digno
an
y que nos asombra
independent,
por su coraje.
sovereign country. So we're impressed by their
sentimiento
courage.
es el de
A third
orgullo,
feeling is a
de
feeling of
orgullo de
pride.
los europeos y de
Pride
los españoles,
on the part of
porque hemos
Europeans
sido
and Spaniards,
capaces
because we've
de
been
lograr
capable
un admirable
of
grado de
achieving
unidad,
unity,
apoyando al
supporting
agredido
the
y
aggressed
sancionando al agresor.
and sanctioning
Y
the
esta
aggressor.
unidad en las
And
sanciones
this unity
nos ha
in
supuesto
the area of
notables
sanctions has
sacrificios
really
y
led
escaseces a los
to
europeos.
sacrifices and
Incluso
scarcity for Europeans.
retrocesos
It has also led
en nuestro
to
bienestar más inmediato
a
para
drop
poder
in
poner
our well-being
nuestros objetivos en un
in
futuro
order to set our
más digno.
objectives for a more
Ucrania se está abriendo
dignified
paso
future.
ahora a un nuevo
Ukraine
futuro.
is now
Como
opening
casi
its
siempre
way
ocurre,
towards a new
el
future.
renacimiento se
Rebirth
produce en medio del
starts
dolor más profundo y de la
mostly
oscuridad de la
under
actual incertidumbre.
the toughest
Pero
pain
apunta a un
and
mañana
the
de esperanza
harshest night.
en Ucrania
But
si perseveramos
we
en nuestro
do
apoyo.
see light at the end
La
of the
guerra está
tunnel
obligando
for
a realizar a
Ukraine.
ese país
At
esfuerzos
the
muy
moment,
ingentes para
the
mantenerse
country has
funcionando
to
como
make
país,
huge efforts in order to
sometido a esta
keep
brutal presión
working
militar,
as a country,
tanto en el frente
because it's
como en la
subjected to
retaguardia,
brutal military
donde se renuevan los ataques
offensives
en la
and
retaguardia contra la
conflicts,
población civil.
especially at the
Cuando la guerra termine,
rear
el futuro
guard
será
of
la
the
reconstrucción.
war.
Será igualmente
Citizens are
difícil y
seriously
exigente.
affected. Reconstruction will also be
Los
difficult.
ucranianos saben
But the
que las
Ukrainians
puertas de
know
Europa
that the
ya no
doors
se
of
cerrarán
Europe
de
will no
nuevo para
longer
ellos.
close
España vivió
to them.
una situación
Spain
no
lived,
equiparable, pero vivió una
possibly
situación
not a comparable
también difícil.
situation, but also
Entre
a difficult
1977 y
situation between 1977 and
8 años y medio,
1986.
hace ya
8.5 years,
4 décadas.
and this is 40 years ago
Afortunadamente para
now.
nosotros,
Fortunately
nuestro
for
proceso
us,
no fue trágico,
our
ni tuvimos que
process was
superar
not tragic,
un grado de sufrimiento
and we
como el que hoy
didn't have
experimenta
to
Ucrania. Pero fue un
suffer
proceso
as the
también
people
muy
of
demandante.
Ukraine are suffering, but it was
Este
very
largo
demanding
periodo
nevertheless.
hasta
So
la
this
adhesión a la
period,
Unión Europea
until we
nos ayudó
acceded to the
muchísimo
European
a
Union,
transformar nuestro
what really
país
helped us to
fueron
change
años
our country.
muy dinámicos.
And
Los
they
años
were
previos a la
years, very
entrada
dynamic
fueron
years.
incluso
The
más
years
dinámicos
before
que los que
accession were more
experimentamos una vez
dynamic
dentro.
than the
El
ones
esfuerzo
we
español
experienced
por formar
once
parte de
we
las
were
instituciones
members of the
europeas
European
nos obligó
Union. The
a
work that we had
renuncias,
to do
pero
to
estaba
become
anclado
members of the
en
European
una
Union
fuerte
led
ilusión
to
europeísta
having
y
to
del
give up a
proceso
lot of things.
surgió una
But
España nueva,
out of
una
this whole
España más
process,
moderna,
a new
más
Spain, a more
próspera
modern, a more
y más
prosperous
consciente
Spain
de sus propios
was
valores,
born.
capacidades
Spain
y
aware of its values,
responsabilidades
of its
internacionales.
capabilities, and of its
Creo que
international
Ucrania
responsibilities.
puede y va a
And I believe
beneficiarse
that
también de
Ukraine
una
is
senda,
also
de una
going
senda
to
similar, un camino
benefit
similar,
from a
aunque
similar
espero que
path,
sea de duración más breve.
although I hope it
Contará
won't
con el
take
apoyo
that
de
long.
Europa y también desde
With the
luego de
support of
España.
Europe and most certainly with the
El hecho de
support of
fijarse
Spain.
objetivos y
The
metas a
fact
alcanzar
that you
obliga
set yourself
obligará dentro de
objectives
Ucrania a un proceso de
will
refuerzo de su
force
unidad y a un proceso
Ukraine
práctico interno
to have
tremendamente
a
difícil
practical
de diálogo y
process, a very
consenso
difficult
entre
process,
todos los sectores del país, incluso con los sectores no europeístas.
even with
Todo
the
ello puede parecer duro,
non-Europeist
pero resulta enormemente
people.
enriquecedor.
This is going to be very tough, but I think
Ucrania, de esta forma, y hay que ver, cuando hace apenas 2 décadas no podía elegir su destino, pronto se va a convertir en pionera de la modernidad europea.
Ukraine is going to be a pioneer of
Y en ese
European
recorrido va a descubrir también su
modernity,
propio potencial.
and it will also discover its own potential.
En esta
So,
renovación que va a
as
cometer
we
Ucrania, el
see
papel de la
the
defensa
change in
resulta
Ukraine, the
enormemente
role of
útil.
defense will be
Las
extremely
Fuerzas Armadas,
useful. The
que no
armed
son más que la
forces,
representación
the armed
de la sociedad
forces
a la que sirven,
are basically
tienen
a
mucho que
reflection of the
ofrecer
society
en el
that they
relato,
serve.
en términos de unidad,
They
de modernidad
are
y
there
valores
to
como el
convey a
compromiso
message
y el
with
espíritu
values,
de servicio
commitment, a
altruista.
spirit
El ejemplo
of
militar
service. The
siempre
example
sirve
of
de
the armed
catalizador
forces is
de las
always
transformaciones auténticas.
a catalyst
Pues la
for
defensa
true
aglutina a los
change,
ciudadanos
because
en torno
it
a un proyecto
unites
vital para
citizens
todos.
around
Y por
a
ello,
project which is
refuerza
vital
la
to
unidad,
all, and
algo
it
esencial
strengthens
en la Ucrania
unity.
que va a surgir
This is very
al
important
final
for
de este
Ukraine
conflicto
when it comes out of this
En
armed
España
conflict.
estamos orgullosos
In Spain,
del
we're
apoyo
very
prestado a
proud of
Ucrania
the
en todos
support
los ámbitos.
we have granted
Es un apoyo
to
de toda la sociedad
Ukraine,
española.
and it's support on the
Desde la
part of
acogida de
all
refugiados
citizens.
hasta el suministro de
We've
equipamiento
welcomed
militar,
refugees,
el
we've supplied
entrenamiento,
military
tanto básico como
material,
especializado,
training
de
and
más
basic
de 3.000
training
soldados
for
ucranianos,
3,000
pasando
Ukrainian
por la
soldiers,
atención a
and
heridos
also
en hospitales
we've
militares
taken
y en otros
care
hospitales
of
civiles.
the
En los
wounded
hospitales,
in civilian
militares llevamos
hospitals and
recuperados
military
a más de
hospitals.
82,
There
83
are
grandes
83
amputados.
people
O la
in
formación de
military
sus médicos,
hospitals who
o la
had
formación
to suffer
de los
amputations.
expertos en derecho
And then we
militar
have
ucraniano, en derecho
experts in
internacional, en los
international
conflictos
law,
armados y derecho
in
internacional humanitario.
in conflicts,
Es
in
un
armed
apoyo, como
conflicts,
decía,
in
de toda la
humanitarian
sociedad española, del que
aid.
podría darles, pues,
These
muchos ejemplos.
specialists
Pero
in
permítame
international
un
law
breve
have also come
botón de muestra
to
llegado a mi teléfono
Spain
móvil esta
to
noche,
get
ayer a
support.
las
Now,
10:30 de la noche.
last night, let me just
momentito que
mention a
voy a
brief
recuperarlo.
message that I received on my phone last night at 10:30. I'm just going to read it out to you.
Ayer invité a comer a los heridos que teníamos en Barcelona.
Well, I invited 4 of the wounded that we had in Barcelona for lunch, because at home I have a Ukrainian woman who suffers cancer, and she came with her brother and her father. She has medical treatment in Barcelona, and most certainly what is going on in Ukraine is terrible. There's terrible attacks to civilian populations, and the people in the different villages and towns are suffering very seriously. Then I also have a 17-year-old boy who lived in the Donbass. His house has been destroyed, and it's surrounded by personal mines, and he lives in Kiev. And when he saw all the attacks, he asked us if we could host him too. So one further Ukrainian refugee will come to live with us. Anyway, the nuns immediately said yes. So, well, there are more refugees than nuns at the moment, but we're very happy to see that this is possible. So this is just a very short, small sign of the way in which Spaniards have welcomed refugees. This is just a small a convent, a small community of nuns who are welcoming Ukrainian refugees, people who are suffering from cancer, young children, and there are more refugees in this convent at the moment than there are actually nuns. We've got another very good project in the military residences in Malaga, in Castellón, on the Mediterranean shore. We'll be welcoming the families, the relatives of those who died in combat. Spain has supported Ukraine from the very, very start, and we've always tried to give Ukraine what it needed, because what we've been sending by means of military material is to cover the Ukrainian priorities, to do this rapidly and only to send material which is perfectly functioning and discreetly. We've tried to be faithful to a commitment which we had in the Ramstein contact group, that is the contact group for Ukraine. We didn't want there to be too much publicity, and we didn't want countries to get involved in some kind of beauty contest as to which country was going to be giving more or better. What we're interested in really is how the military authorities and the Ministry of Defense values us. That is what we're interested in, and that is why we're extremely satisfied. So let us look at the future. Let us look at Europe and the Euro-Atlantic community. There was a very worrying message which came out of the withdrawal of Afghanistan, a message of lack of perseverance. And today as well, there is doubts as to how we can persevere in Africa. The situation in Africa is very complex. But as soon as we withdraw, we leave a void which others immediately fill. And this is filled by terrorists, by mafias, by Russia, groups that don't share our values. The same way that Ukrainians are faced with a challenge to rebuild their country and to come closer to Europe, adjusting and coming closer to different standards, or different to the ones that they have up till now, we in the European Union are also faced with a period of reflection and reconfiguration. Europe needs to find its place in this new world, and that is why it is essential to make progress in the Europe of defense. The European Union is a project of progress, of peace, perhaps one of the most successful stories in most recent history. But history of defense is part or is important to the Union, but this somehow is a message that hasn't been well received, and there's a lot of resistance. But Ukraine is going to help us in this. And the common European project needs to be removed from the individual opinions. We need to think of what unites us and not so much of what separates us. So it's only when we approach this from a European point of view, that is when we will give it the right dimension, because we know that today's resources, individual resources, are not enough to face up to the challenges.
Sin la dimensión colectiva, ningún reto de entidad puede afrontarse con una mínima eficacia.
So basically, Europe is faced with a crucial moment in its future. The European defense is an essential contribution to the world that we want, because a bipolar world, the United States and Russia, China on the other side, well, that would leave us back, get us back to the darkness of the Cold War. So, of course, we're a faithful ally of the United States. We're a partner in NATO, and we are lawyers in international law. We need to moderate. We need to be moderators. We need to introduce modern standards and an integrated approach. But to achieve that, we need to be united. If we go into too many details, then at the end of the day, the European Union will be irrelevant. Although this may require sacrifices, we need to show solidarity and have a better, more attractive future, and to integrate Ukraine in this European Union, and to do this quickly, but not through the back door, is very important. Because after all, this crisis, the war in Ukraine, has been one of the situations that has united Europeans and has achieved our common goal. I'm sure that Ukraine will achieve an internal and international situation which is much more attractive, of dignity, of well-being, much more than what Putin had planned for Ukraine. So Ukraine is fighting under very difficult circumstances without showing the white flag to the tyrant. I'm sure will make Ukraine a better country with values based on sacrifice and solidarity. Hopefully, we'll be able to meet again in some years with Ukraine as a full member of the European Union and the world safer and more united than ever.
Muchas gracias, Almirante.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to President of the Committee on the EU Policies of the Senate of the Republic of Italy, Mr. Giulio Maria Terzi di Sant'Agata. That's going to be
Thank you very much, Honourable Co-Chairman, Honourable Madam President, Madam Co-Chair. And it is indeed a distinct honor and a true pleasure to be in the beginning phase of this discussion, to have listened to Admiral Martinez Núñez's remarks, which are a clear indication of our common understanding, commitment, and political will to go on in facing Ukrainian crisis and to bring these fantastic people out of difficulties and troubles that it has been encountering since the Russian aggression. It is especially a distinct honor for me to participate in this beginning of discussion with our Ukrainian colleague, the President of the EU Integration Committee in the Verkhovna Rada in Kiev, Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsate. Indeed, one fact should be mentioned right away, and that is the extraordinary unit of purpose that all the European member states and international partners show in support of Ukraine. There can be no just peace without the entire Ukrainian territory returning under full control of Kiev's government. That is to say, within its internationally recognized borders and thus in full respect of its own sovereignty and integrity. What is happening in the world today is the clear consequence of the disasters brought about by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because when the rules of peaceful coexistence fail, when the rules of international law collapse, violent outbreaks multiply in many parts of the world, even in the form of genocidal attacks against free and democratic nations and their own identity. That is why helping Ukraine defend itself is the only way to defend our common interests and our common values. In this war of aggression against Ukraine, crime against all European, President Putin has found a close associate in President Lukashenko. And also him, and especially him, he is responsible for the acts that are committed. And I wish, in this occasion also, to express all the best wishes to the leader of the Belarus opposition, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. Also, on this occasion, I think we should express our committed support to the Belarus people who fight for their own freedom. hoping that also Belarus may join the European community in a not distant future. The 5 regions under Russian military control in the Ukrainian territory are a deep wound for Kiev's sovereignty, and for us, for all European states, in fact. They have been seized with brutal force, show how blatant and unforgivable Russian crimes are. These regions have been inflicted immense damages and suffering, with serious crimes against humanity, abduction of children, weaponizing migration, ill treatment of political prisoners, persecuting dissidents, religious freedoms, and minorities. And we don't absolutely believe that the sham referendums which have been held under the occupation of the Russian invaders, recognized as null and void by the international community, express the real will of the residents in any possible way. These territories must in full return to Ukraine and must remain a clear evidence and symbol of the Ukrainian victory and of the Russian defeat. With this in mind, we are confirming today our unwavering commitment to support and promote the 10-point peace plan presented by President Zelensky. Is a fundamental linchpin of the international discussion for a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. A commitment which, for all us, all Europeans, will last for as long as it takes. And in this commitment, as you have heard yesterday, is very important that we move forward decisively in having a full respect, in promoting and implementing a full respect of sanctions against Russia. And especially sanctions, because it's been a critical point which is emerging by the day, the critical point of LNG, liquefied natural gas exports to the European Union member states and through the European Union member states, through the European territory. That is something that must be resolved quickly. All persons that have inflicted, and I said already, all these tremendous damages must be pursued in justice, must feel the effect, a clear effect and clear weight, a clear price that they have to pay for the crimes they have committed, also by the firm implementation of sanctions. And because we have witnessed that the deliberate attacks against Ukrainian grain, for instance, against the grain storage, export facilities, but also the weaponization of migration are crimes against humanity. They impact on the global order, and they must be a deterrence and the capacity to seriously show that we are willing to resolve this criminal attitude. They are a plague which must be addressed also as far as the deportation of children from Ukraine to Russia and Belarus are concerned. These kids are subject, we know, to Russian Russification and indoctrination. Each one of these acts, therefore, must, and I repeat, they must be treated as international crimes. The Russian Federation is the leader in all this, and the compensation of damages must be assured from the Russian Federation and its leaders. In this perspective, a decisive step concerns frozen assets. Their revenues should be directed to support Ukraine. The EU has tied up 211 billion euros of Russian foreign sovereign assets, and at least a part of these funds should be used to compensate the damage inflicted. And coming back quickly to the ongoing military operations, there is no doubt that Kiev needs further military aid. A military aid that should address its needs in terms of air defense, of training, ammunition, winter equipment. A lot has been done, has been mentioned, the importance of this support by the European Union has been mentioned by Admiral Nunes, but I would like to remark that while the winter is approaching, it appears always more important to guarantee and to help Ukraine in getting a real air coverage for the population, for its population, a sort of an air shield so that the infrastructure may be safeguarded as much as possible. Dear colleagues, As President Biden stated in his landmark speech last 20th October, Hamas and Putin represent two different threats, but they share a common purpose, a very evil purpose, to completely annihilate a free and vibrant neighbor democracy. And as President Biden said, when terrorists and dictators don't pay a price for their terror and aggression, they cause more death and more destruction. And in this regard, I would like to recall the need to strengthen at European level all measures possible to prevent and combat external interference, including through disinformation and the widespread use of new technologies. Russia, but also China and Iran, are engaging in these activities in a structured and sophisticated way. That is why the EU institutions and member states should actively engage against the foreign interference and protect our nations from vicious propaganda. It's extremely important in view of the next election to the European Parliament, besides all the other elements which concern our society, civil society. Russia's hostile attitude, including cyber attacks carried out by entities linked to Moscow, must be deterred, denounced, and prevented. And last but not least, enlargement. We noticed and we took note with great satisfaction the decision and the suggestion that the Commission has made to the European Council for the enlargement to Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, but also for the enlargement to the other countries which are in the line to get having obtained the candidate status, and also those on the Balkans, the Western Balkans, which still don't have obtained the status, but they are working seriously to get into our community, into the European Union. And let me especially mention the importance of what was achieved, and it will certainly be raised by the following speaker, our beloved President of the EU Commission, Verkhovna Rada. How important was the achievement made by Ukraine, notwithstanding the terrible tragedies that its population is suffering and the difficulties of its government. But still, under these difficulties and other problems in this turmoil, Ukraine has shown that it is an eminent country and has shown an exemplary willingness and capacity to implement most of the 7 main chapters which were requested to Kiev. And these, the 3 remaining, as we are talking briefly just at the beginning of this meeting, also the 3 which are remaining are close to implementation. So it is very impressive and successful what we have seen from Kiev. Ukraine has completed a long a long road to come to this point. The way ahead will be cleared by our commitment and help and friendship. Slava Ukraini.
Grazie, Presidente Terzi di Sant'Agata.
Thank you very much.
A continuación intervendrá la presidenta de la Comisión
Now I give the floor to the chairperson of the Ukraine's European Union Integration Committee, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Ms. Ivana Klimpush-Tsindzadze.
Honorable chairs, co-chairs, dear friends, distinguished colleagues, I'm very touched and grateful for this yet another opportunity to address you from this high podium. And I am very grateful to the Spanish Presidency for keeping Ukraine in focus of the European agenda, Ukrainian war, but also Ukrainian transformation in focus of the European Union. You know, these days, Ukraine is commemorating 90th anniversary of the Great Famine, Holodomor. That was the genocidal attack of the Soviet authorities on Ukrainian people, trying then already back in 1930s to erase us from the map of the world, for our spirit, for our desire to be Ukrainian. And unfortunately, if we earlier on, at that point, if we were not silent, if we were not turning a blind eye on the situation which was happening in the center of Europe then, when millions of Ukrainians were dying on the most fertile land, if we would have taken action with regard to punishment of the Bolshevik regime in the same way as we punished the Nazi regime, maybe we could have had a different globe today. Maybe we would have had a different situation today. Because we have to understand that, unfortunately, Russian Federation today is continuing exactly what they did back in 1930s to Ukrainians. Just the dictator's name is different. It's Stalin, it was Stalin, and now it's Putin. We are grateful to all those parliaments of your countries that have already taken the decisions to call spade a spade and to commemorate the Holodomor of the Ukrainian people and to recognize it as a genocide against Ukrainians. And I hope that others will also step up with their decisions as well, making sure that this tribute to solidarity and recognition of historic truth will also be made in all the European states. So here I stand today as a representative of the nation, which is unfortunately for 8 years and 643 days bleeding, and in stress and in pain. But I also represent here the nation that has shown to the world its courage, its bravery, its resolve, its resilience, incredible resilience that I think everybody is admitting already. And we are the nation that is fighting for something that we all commonly believe in. And that is freedom of choice, and that is democracy, the right to build the prosperous country based on the rule of law within its recognized borders, where dignity of each person is recognized and it matters. I do represent the nation that every single day today is going through such challenges that for any nation would be enough to suffer and to pay for years. Just a few examples. I'm sure that you're watching the news with regard to Ukraine, but I think that some of the cases have been especially incredible in their brutality. On the 5th of October, back in this year, there was an attack. An Iskander ballistic missile was launched on the small, tiny village of 600 inhabitants near Kharkiv, the village of Groza. 59 people which gathered at that point in the cafe to mourn and to give their tribute to one of the fallen soldiers have been killed. Some families have been killed in all three generations, grandparents, parents, and the children. Later on, a couple of days later, in another small village in Kharkiv region, another attack on a postal service terminal has taken lives of 7 people and 17 were injured. As we were traveling with my colleagues here, Russia has restarted its attacks on our energy infrastructure and on our civilian residence buildings. Only one night, 6 hours, the air raid alert was ongoing. 76 attack drones were attacking Ukrainian cities. 66 of them were targeting Kyiv. Yes, we are extremely grateful to our air defense forces that have been able to take down 98% of those. And they have been capable of doing that because of your support, because of the weapons and air defense capabilities that you are helping us with. And we are very, very thankful for that. And so with this sincere gratitude for what has been possible to achieve together, I would like to ask you to do more, to produce more, to send more, because the urgency of the deliveries matter, because the quality of each type of weapons matter, and the quantity of the weapons do matter. And unfortunately, colleagues, dripping, inconsistent, limited weapon deliveries are not going to do the trick. Only full resolve and ramping up the capabilities and full mobilization of resources of the free world will allow us to do something that we all have to agree upon, to defeat Russia. We are, as Ukrainians, we are dreaming on focusing exclusively on recovery, on reconstruction, on transformation, on European, Euro-Atlantic integration, on social and economic and environmental policies. But in order for that all to become on the top of our agenda, we should understand that the only way to do this is to ensure that Russia is defeated. You know, freezing of conflict and allowing the monster to regroup and attack with new force, or allowing the global bully not to be punished, or trading Ukrainian territory for so-called peace in Europe, none of this will lead to anything close to lasting and sustainable peace on the territory of Europe and in the globe. So we can do this together. And I'm sure that, you know, when the European Union is giving the pledge of providing Ukraine with 1 million shells over the year, it is possible to achieve. And economic giant of that type as European Union is, it can ramp up the production and ensure that this 1 million shells that would protect Ukrainian lives will be sent to Ukraine. Yes, we need everything. We need radio electronic equipment, we need drones, we need demining equipment, we need tanks, longer-range missiles, artillery pieces, howitzers, planes, and thank you for providing those. The quantities should be more. So please do work on this in your countries. You know, we should not be afraid to actually try to defeat Russia. Because fear and hesitation, that's exactly what is feeding that monster. That monster that is not only attacking Ukraine today, militarily, but is attacking your countries in different ways. You know, by weaponizing migration, by information campaigns, by supporting radicals that are already gaining ground in some of the older European states. And I think that everybody sees that worrisome tendencies that we have to respond to. So we have to understand that Russia will readily allocate additional efforts and resources to further fuel radicals, destroying the unity and monolithic nature of Europe. And we should not let this happen. Don't forget, Putin was very clear back in December of 2021. I hope we all read those letters that he sent to President Biden and to leaders of NATO at that point. He wants to go back to the borders of 1997. And if you, dear friends, do not want in the future to mourn your best sons and daughters as we are mourning every single day, please step up your support to Ukraine. Please help us to win today. Help us to defeat the Russian Federation. And two more things. We are very grateful to all the allies that are part of the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance for confirmation that Ukraine's future is in NATO. But time is ticking already in the wake of Washington summit. And while we in Ukraine are ready to do our homework, are ready to transform our procedures, our approaches, in order to be compatible in all senses with NATO countries, we also need the allies to be courageous enough to take the decision and invite Ukraine in NATO already in Washington. Because giving Russia a signal that our membership is impossible during the war, as we heard just one of these days, is nothing else but inviting a Russian Federation to make sure that it continues this war endlessly. So taking a robust decision means showing strength, unity, and power, and that is exactly something that Russia cannot digest. And last, but definitely not the very least, granting candidate status to Ukraine towards the EU membership was definitely a historic tectonic decision without any exaggeration. And we are very thankful for the decision that was made by your nations. And positive report, recent positive report and recommendation of the European Commission confirmed really our success in transforming the country along European Commission's recommendations, despite having to fight this brutal, barbaric war for survival. So we do sincerely hope that history is right now in the heart of the understanding in the EU, and transforming the EU not only into economic giant, but also into a geopolitical giant will be done by the soon-to-come decision of the European Council. And I hope that every single nation, national government, with your support, with your backing, will actually take the another historic decision already in December and seize the opportunity, grasp the opportunity of this historic possibility, and open up the possibility for negotiations, for accession negotiations for Ukraine, will open up for all other aspiring nations, so that based on European Commission's recommendation, we can continue our work. We know it is a difficult and lengthy road. We are prepared to go through it together, and we are hoping that you will be helping us also on that path. And that means that we will be building together free, prosperous, and definitely democratic and definitely strong Europe. You are not helping Ukraine out of charity or pity. You are making a serious investment in your own security, in security of your nations, in security of your children. And then we will have this Europe free, whole, at peace, united, appealing to other parts of the world. So I hope we will manage to achieve all of this together. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta de la Comisión de Integración de Ucrania en la Unión Europea de la Rada Ucraniana. Tenemos 40 peticiones de intervención.
No admitimos ya, si les parece, ninguna más por los tiempos para que no se nos vaya la agenda. Y en primer lugar, pues tiene la palabra Hans Wallmark.
Hans Wallmark, you are the first speaker, sir. You have the floor.
Tack. Vi ska se om mikrofonerna fungerar bättre idag.
Let's hope the mics work better today. I'll be speaking Swedish, of course.
Alla 8 riksdagspartier i Sverige har
All
sagt i en
parties in
säkerhetspolitisk rapport för 2 månader sedan att Ryssland
have said in a recent
är en
report
nationalistisk,
that Russia is a nationalistic, imperialistic power which is moving back to Stalinism. We've got to recognize the state of affairs. So Ukraine must win this war. Russia must lose this war. If that doesn't happen, war will continue and will be rolled out to other countries. So in Sweden we're saying we need to stop loopholes, make sure sanctions really work on gas, oil, fossil fuels in general. And we need to increase our own defense production.
Europa tillverkar 300 000 artillerigranater om året. Vi måste göra mer, bättre.
Russian production is significantly greater than our production. We need to increase our efforts. Russia must lose this war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hans. I now give the floor to Mr. Pons from the Spanish Parliament.
Sí, muchas gracias y reaccionar un poco a las
Thank you very much. Just following on from the contributions that have been made, there is a Europe of before and after this war. Secondly, tomorrow we're going to see the beginning of a council meeting. I think Mr. Badrov will be attending. So that's another opportunity to put Russia's invasion of Ukraine very high on the agenda. And when it comes to the EU and Ukraine relations, firstly, from a Spanish perspective, we believe that we should be facilitating targeting accession as soon as possible, as is the case for the Western Balkans as well. We've spoken about reconstruction quite a lot, but that's another fundamental area. Thirdly, when we do enlarge the EU, we have to enlarge the project of the EU as well. And last week, we had a visitors group from Ukrainian civil society, and this shows just how important it is to enlarge the EU and make sure that we have a very strong civil society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Van Goitzenhoven from the Belgian Parliament.
Yes, thank you, colleagues. We're going to insist once again on the withdrawal of all Russian troops from Ukraine. We need to do all we can to support our Ukrainian friends and pursue the initiatives at a European level. Their fight is our fight, and this message needs to be communicated to all our citizens. It's absolutely vital that all member states, with their various commitments, continue to do this. We stand next to our allies as far as Belgium is concerned. We've been working with the Netherlands and Denmark on delivery of F-16s, for example. I mean, we need to progress as far as defense production is concerned in the 27. We're certainly doing all we can to develop our defense industry, which is a source of innovation for civilian applications as well. This is definitely one of the future challenges. Enlargement and deepening go hand in hand. I think that during our presidency, we're going to have to work on methods and processes. Mobilization and reconstruction will, of course, be developing, and we in national parliaments will be doing all we can to support the good coordination of initiatives so as to support the Ukrainian people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pantelides from Cyprus.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Cyprus is by the side of Ukraine in every possible way at a real cost, and we are definitely supporting the course of this country to the integration in a very free and totally democratic future, but we need to be sincere. This reprehensible aggression by Russia against Ukraine has been an alert to us. We woke up to a new reality, hence the need for us to improve our capacity of defending the interests of the European Union as well as defending our citizens. The truth be said, in the past the European Union has been very erroneous in assessing things. We closed our eyes to the authoritarian models and systems of Russia, and sometimes we even now are closing the eyes to models similar to that, those of Turkey and Azerbaijan. The European Union has to be building alliances with third countries to be of service to their interests, to suit its interests, but the third countries need to prove they respect democracy, human rights, and definitely neighboring countries, more specifically the members of the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Uribe Estebarria from the Spanish Parliament, please. Thank you very much, President. Indeed, from the National Party of the Basque Country, we think that it's essential not to forget Ukraine. Not forgetting Ukraine means remembering that Ukraine is still suffering from this intolerable war of aggression by Russia, and that their freedom is our freedom. It's also a question of the security of all Europeans. Ukraine continues to require help, militarily, economically, and from a humanitarian point of view, as well as rolling out more sanctions against Putin. We have to offer assistance to them until Putin stops with this unacceptable war. We will probably have to increase the tools that we have on the offensive and not only defensive for Ukraine. A strong political and strategic signal for the EU as well as for Ukraine will be at the start of the next next round of negotiations for Ukraine in joining the EU. There is both an external and internal threat here to the EU, but it's a challenge which requires us to send out a very strong signal. And this signal will be heard by other states too, such as the Balkan states wanting to join the EU, as well as Moldova and Georgia. Georgia is the easternmost state in Europe. It has a clear vocation to join Europe, and that's something that we have to support. Mr. Capula Santos from the Portuguese Assembly now.
Muito obrigado, Susana.
Thank you very much, Susanna. 21 months ago, we are facing now what was deemed then unthinkable. And every single day now, it's been tormenting us. Europe and its allies, some fell along the way, but we have been firm in our support, steadfast in our support to Ukraine. We need to continue to do this until the final heroic victory of the noble people of Ukraine fighting for their freedom every single day. We're now worried as well about the rehashing of the conflict in the Middle East. Goes in the favor of the Russian interests. And I think it's not that innocent at all that they're involved. Barbaric attacks from Hamas, we need to condemn them, and we need to express our utmost support. We cannot sit idle to the number of victims, children, killed by the Israeli forces. Protection of human rights are important in Ukraine as anywhere else in the world, as in the Gaza Strip. So I take note that for this 17th meeting of COSAC, in our remarks, we haven't made this clearer. I think we need to be more consistent in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Dincu from Romania, please.
Mulțumesc. Salutăm eforturile președinției spaniole a Consiliului și susținem liniile prioritare ale Spaniei pe dimensiunea securitate și
Thank you very much. We thank the Spanish Presidency and we support Spain's priorities where defense is concerned. Thank you very much to the Admiral for his very inspiring speech, which looks beyond the purely military dimension. We're all thinking about Ukraine's security and the new European Union. A Europe of defense is a project that is needed now more than ever before. It really is a question of the future of the European project. A Europe without solidarity is no longer Europe. Russia is playing on the crisis in the Middle East and using it to its advantage. We mustn't allow this to happen. Romania has always stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sterenka from Slovakia, please.
Slovakia's main interest is a peaceful, independent, democratic and prosperous Ukraine integrated into European structures. Slovakia stands in solidarity with Ukraine. It has proven that many times in the past, and we continue to help. I would like to reconfirm that Slovakia supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. Our primary concern is to ensure that the war on the territory of Ukraine ends and does not escalate into a larger conflict. From our point of view, it is crucial to achieve a comprehensive, just and sustainable peace as soon as possible. Bilateral assistance of Slovakia to Ukraine will continue. Slovakia will not participate in the supply of military attack equipment to Ukraine at the governmental level. We gave everything we had, but will focus on defense equipment and on the humanitarian and development field. The Slovak government will not prevent commercial initiatives in which entities of the Slovak defense industry participate. We acknowledge Ukraine's process in implementing the European Commission's recommendation and reaffirm our support for its reform-driven integration effort. I would like to point out that the Slovak Republic has significantly helped almost 1 million refugees from Ukraine, which represent almost 20% of Slovakian population. In relation to our capabilities, we are even one of the largest per capita donor to aid to Ukraine, and we are pleased that Ukrainians are finding comprehensive conditions for their life in Slovakia. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Hansen. Thank you very much. Mr. Hansen from Denmark.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. And dear European friends, the situation in Ukraine is terrible. And even though another war has started, a fight against terrorism in Israel and Palestine, we and the world must not forget Ukraine and Russia's illegal invasion. I fear that the tendency that some countries have showed recently, where they withdraw military support, is something that several countries could come up with. And it would be terrible. Imagine what would happen if the rest of us withdraw military support. So Russia would get bigger and bigger and Europe smaller and smaller. And humanitarian support is fine, and we must have it too. But it's military support that wins the war. Now that war must end. We are facing an imminent presidential election in the US, and if you fear the worst, the Americans withdraw their support for a war that is, for them, far away. And what do you think will happen? So now is the time for us to stand together, and the countries that have stopped support must get back into the fight. There is another top story on CNN, but that does not make the war in Ukraine disappear. Ukraine's fight for a free Europe is a fight that we all need to support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Mr. Auto from Finland.
Puheenjohtaja, hyvät eurooppalaiset ystävät. Juuri nyt Euroopan
President, friends, when we talk about the European future, the most important thing is peace in Europe, and this is dependent on what happens in the war in Ukraine. Ukraine must win. Ukraine is fighting for all of us. Ukraine needs our support, and Ukraine deserves our support. The sanctions against Russia must be increased, and their implementation has to be more effective. The EU countries have more than 200 billion worth of funds from Russia. These funds has to be used to support Ukraine now and during the reconstruction. Finland is committed to support Ukraine as long as is necessary, and we also give our strong support to the Ukraine's way towards European membership. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación,
Thank you very much.
del Bundestag.
Now, Mr. Hofreiter from the Bundestag.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, es haben jetzt sehr viele davon
Colleagues,
gesprochen, dass
many
die
have
Ukraine
already
den Krieg gewinnen
said
muss.
this.
Das teile ich absolut. Aber
Ukraine
den Krieg
needs to
gewinnt
win
man,
the
indem
war, and I
man der
share that
Ukraine
opinion.
ausreichend Munition
But
und
of
Waffen
course,
liefern.
the Ukraine
Und da sind wir
needs
nahezu alle nicht
munitions
gut
and
genug.
weapons, and
Und
I don't
deshalb
think we're
erwarte
doing
ich
our
von uns
homework
allen,
properly.
dass wir
So
unsere
I expect
Regierungen
all of us
unter Druck
to
setzen,
put
dass mehr
our
passiert.
governments
Ich
under
gebe es
pressure,
auch
so
zu,
more
für Deutschland, wir
to
müssen da
be
auch noch
achieved.
deutlich mehr
In
tun.
Germany,
Das
we need to
Zögern
do
von Herrn
more
Scholz
too. Mr.
bei den
Schulz's
Tauruslieferungen
hesitation
ist ein Problem.
in
Aber
the
insgesamt
delivery
muss
of
in Europa
munitions
die
is a
Munitionsproduktion
problem,
schneller
but
werden.
we
Wir
need to
müssen
get
schneller
more
werden bei der
munition
Produktion
production
von
in Europe. We need to produce
Flugabwehr und insgesamt bei der Produktion von
the
militärischer Ausrüstung.
military equipment
Und
as a whole. We need to be
muss uns einfach
faster
darüber im
and work
Klaren sein,
harder on
dass die
this.
russische
And we need to
Kriegswirtschaft
understand
seit einem
that the
Dreivierteljahr intensiv läuft.
Russian
Und wenn die
war
Ukraine
economy
jetzt nicht
is
stärker
working very
unterstützt wird,
intensive,
besteht
and
die
if we don't
Gefahr,
support
dass
the
Russland
Ukraine,
weitere Länder
there is a
angreift.
danger that
Und dann sind
Russia
wir noch mal
may
viel
attack
direkter in der
other
Verpflichtung.
countries,
Deshalb
and
bitte ich
then
uns
we
alle,
find
machen
ourselves
wir
in an
Druck auf
even
unsere
more difficult
Regierungen,
situation. So
jetzt
let us
mehr zu
bring
tun. Vielen
pressure
Dank.
to bear on our governments to do more. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very
Ioannis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ioannis Plakiotakis from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, Greece reaffirms its unwavering support for Ukraine's independent sovereignty, territorial integrity within its international recognized borders, and its inherent right of self-defense against Russian aggression. Greece remains committed to provide continuous support to Ukraine in all aspects, political, financial, military, and humanitarian. Regarding now the Ukrainian peace formula, the European Union's strategic objective remains a comprehensive and sustainable peace in Ukraine based on UN Charter and international law. The military operation in Gaza, although unrelated to the Ukrainian war, need to be addressed by the EU and the West in a general way that they will not alienate a large proportion of global South, which attaches more importance to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict rather than Ukraine. Finally, Greece supports the establishment of alternative routes to facilitate export of Ukraine grain and other agricultural products. The ports of Thessaloniki and Alexandroupolis, which are situated in the northern part of Greece, can offer gateways for supplies and goods to and from Ukraine. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. O'Murchu from Ireland.
Ireland has a long history of peace building and peacekeeping and still has a great love of military neutrality. But look, there's huge support in this room for Ukraine, which is under a modern-day colonial invasion by Russia. We understand what occupation is, we understand what the importance of self-determination, and we probably at this stage have an easier route to freedom and Irish unity, which we will need to prepare for. We will also need the support of the European Union. But it's absolutely vital that support for Ukraine remains. It's absolutely vital we provide a real roadmap for accession to the European Union. But I will also point out that it is all well and good calling out Hamas, it's all well and good calling out Vladimir Putin's absolutely brutal regime. You have to also call out Netanyahu's Israel for its war crimes. We hope for an extension of ceasefire, obviously, in Gaza, but there's an absolute need for no double standards, and that's what Ukraine needs. We cannot lose the global south, and we have to be absolutely sound on international law and humanitarian law for all.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Italian Representative Cataneo. Colleagues, thank you so much. I'd like to reply to Ivana. On behalf of the Parliament, Italian Parliament, we'd like to fully support the people and institutions of Ukraine. And I also want to talk about the geopolitically very important areas and the Mediterranean and the Balkans. And that is why our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani, has talked about these two areas as being strategically important for a comprehensive peace. So it is important for us to make a reference to Ukraine, but also to the Western Balkans, because even the Western Balkans are proceeding with courageous reforms, and it is an opportunity from a geostrategic point of view. Now, the Russian aggression has made it even clearer that there is an interdependence between the southern shores of the Mediterranean and the European Union because of migration flows, because of flows of energy and developments from an economic and trade point of view. So we need to set up policies in common in these areas equipped with sufficient resources. This is important so that Europe can play its role and promote its values and interests in a new global and regional scenario. Thank you.
A continuación, la
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Dora Mikulainia from Lithuania.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman. Dear friends, shameful history tends to repeat itself. Unfortunately, it is true. For half of Europe, the war didn't end in 1945. Half of Europe experienced the very same things that experience Ukraine now. My grandparents told me the very same stories that experience now Ukrainians. My parents were forced to live under aggressive regime. My generation had hope, and we still have, for our children and for the future. We have to help Ukraine in not only in dealing with the sanction packages, and I'm really very much hopefully looking in adopting the 12th sanction package. We have to help by military means to help defend Ukraine itself. Hopefully, unanimously, we will be able to invite these countries to start negotiations in the EU, to start enlargement of the EU. And, you know, we can stop together this Putin's Russia evil together. We see what Russia is doing not only in Ukraine, how it's messing around in the world, in the energy sectors, by migrants in Africa with Wagner Group and all over the world. So this is our responsibility to not repeat the mistakes that were done in the past and, you know, to live peacefully in the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you very much for that
A
contribution.
continuación,
Next,
de la Cámara de Diputados de Luxemburgo,
from the Luxembourg
don
Chamber of
Fernand Kartheiser
Deputies,
tiene la palabra.
Fernand Kartheiser.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Il convient peut-être de rappeler
Thank you very much,
certaines
Chair.
étapes dans la
Perhaps we
genèse
have
du
to
conflit.
remember how this conflict started. The conflict didn't start on the 24th of February 2022. It was preceded by some political turmoil dating back to 2014, followed by a civil war against the Russian-speaking population of Donbass. A number of the concerns started back then, and there were diplomatic tensions as well. Efforts were made to raise awareness of these issues to no avail. When discussions were taking place on the association agreement, Ukraine was forced to make a choice between East and West. Ukraine was also called to be a bridge between the two. Some member states signed the Minsk agreement, but despite that, they weren't respected. The peace agreement or peace negotiations ground to a halt after a number of Western politicians spoke up. So we have to recognize that there is that we have a share of the responsibility in this conflict, and we must promote peace negotiations. Rather than a new Cold War, we have to build peace in Europe on the basis of the Istanbul principles. Peace in Europe is indivisible. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next, Bastian van Apeldoorn from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I think all of us in the room agree that Ukraine, still suffering daily from Russia's brutal war of aggression, is a member of the European family. With regard to an eventual EU membership, Ukraine, as do other candidate member states, should of course fully fulfill the accession criteria. And here we do not know how long it will take for Ukraine to be ready. But I think the other big question on the table here is when and whether the EU will be ready to actually absorb new member states. Here, rightly, many of us emphasize the need for the EU to reform internally and to get its own house in order. And here I would like to emphasize the importance for both future and present member states to adhere to the principles laid down in Article 2 of the EU Treaty, which is that the Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy and equality, the rule of law and respect for human rights. So we should not only ask Ukraine to make reforms with regard to the rule of law, but also make our own reforms in this respect and guarantee present and future enforcement of rule of law principles. And perhaps we should be more aware that this will be a long and difficult road ahead of us, and not only, on one hand, intensify our efforts, but also maybe manage expectations also vis-à-vis Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From the Romanian Chamber, Ms. Mirela Fortuna.
President, as a member of Romanian's parliament from Tulcea County, which borders Ukraine, I would like to talk to you about my country's support and position regarding the war. From the beginning, my team and I gave warm meals to people crossing the border in the cold winter. We went to groups of refugees, talked to them, helped them, and tried to make them feel better because leaving their homes was tough, especially for their children. We saw women leading and helping their communities during the conflict. as a woman, as a mother, as a politician, I believe women were an impressive force. Romania believes security and stability are strongly depending on fulfilling the basic needs of people, such as access to food. My country stood by Ukraine since the first day of Russia's war and will continue to help Ukraine for as long as it takes to win the war and to become an EU and NATO member state. We will also continue to assist in the solidarity lanes and in increasing the transit to Romania ports while taking into account the legitimate needs and demands of Romanian farmers and producers. Romania fully supports the Ukrainian peace formula as the way to a fair, lasting and sustainable peace. And I strongly believe in teamwork, in our ability to make a difference together within these complex times. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación,
Thank you.
desde la
Thank you so
Rada de
much. Now
Eslovaquia,
from
doña
the
Vladimira
Slovak Rada,
Martinkova.
Mrs. Vladimira Martinkova. You have the floor.
Thank you. Európska únia je v prvom rade mierový projekt.
Thank you. The European Union is first and foremost a peace project. How can we have here behind the round table a person who is an ally of Putin and goes against this main goal of Europe? We should take stronger steps against those leaders who sabotage and weaken the role of the EU globally and damage our image in the world. We are still too weak on these leaders. People in these countries have to realize and learn that they elected leaders that damage their countries. The rules that we have in the EU against these sabotage practices are insufficient, and we have to speak openly about this, and we have to move forward in this discussion. The 12th sanction package is another proof of this. We're still waiting for that, and I hope it will be adopted soon. The war isn't waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine only. We too, the EU, are in war with Russia. It's a hybrid war, economic war, political war, and I believe we will win in this war. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to Mrs. Denisa Simeonova from Bulgaria.
Honorable Mr. Chair, dear members of national parliaments, we are at an inflection point in Europe's history. It's been almost 2 years since the largest land war in Europe since World War II began. Almost 2 years since the start of Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion in Ukraine. Bulgaria has taken a bold stance in defending European values and providing support to Ukraine. We remain at the forefront of efforts to assist Ukraine in any way possible. A recent article in a leading European newspaper stated that a small country like Bulgaria has played a significant role in supporting Ukraine. We have helped Ukraine by providing fuel and arms, and we will stand by Ukraine until all those responsible for the crimes, violations and abuses committed against them are brought to justice. We believe that only if we remain united, we could overcome the disaster that the aggressor brought upon us. Therefore, Bulgaria welcomes the recently adopted enlargement report of the European Commission, which recommends opening accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova and grants Georgia candidate status. Despite the ultimate challenges of the full-scale aggression, Kiev has made important progress on key reforms, which clearly reconfirms its geopolitical choice for accession. Ukraine has a rightful place in our family and our full support. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Simeonova. Desde Dinamarca.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Simeonova. Can I now give the floor to Mr. Valentin from Denmark?
Peace is the future of Europe, but only if we fight for it. Now, we're not fighting with words or the pen. It's all about sending arms to Ukraine. Once Ukraine has won the war, we'll have a huge task in building up Ukraine again and rediscovering peace in Europe. It's not just about us, it's about the whole world, peace in the world. But we need to fight alongside Ukraine and know that there's no peace if Russia wins. There'll only be peace if Ukraine wins. So enlargement is important for all sorts of reasons, new reasons. I think progress on enlargement demonstrates that countries are prepared to work, to cross the line because of all the preparatory work. This enlargement will be an enlargement in the spirit of peace. There should be room for all those who have been able to respect the Copenhagen criteria and the rule of law, eliminating corruption and appreciating other countries' priorities. Narrow national interest has stood in the way of so much of this type of cooperation. We need to all recognize that an enlargement to 35 will only work if we look a little bit beyond our own backyard. We've got to be generous if this is to work. We're talking about peace in Europe here, don't forget.
Muchas gracias. Desde el Senado.
Thank you. From the French Senate, Didier Marie, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. Once again, I'd like to remind you that support is certainly the solidarity that we've shown from the French side. We admire the people of Ukraine, and our support must continue, cannot possibly become a second-rate support because of the crisis in the Middle East. We need to support Ukraine. We need to support its population as long as it takes. Therefore, Europe needs to equip itself with means. We need to provide munitions to, and we've only given 400,000 units and not the million that we promised. As was said by the Commission on enlargement, in its report on enlargement, Ukraine is making huge progress. I'm thinking of rule of law, fight against corruption. I believe that this is very encouraging. We, the 27 member states, need to ask ourselves as to how we can welcome them in the best possible conditions, best conditions for them and for ourselves. We need to look at our own functioning, both the functioning of our institutions, our common policies, and our budgetary capacity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. And from the German Bundestag, Mr. Thomas Hacker, you have the floor, sir.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, lassen Sie mich den heutigen Tag auch
Colleagues, could I take this opportunity to thank you, Ivana, for your own personal effort and your own personal inspiration. We've worked with you on previous occasions. You've demonstrated sincere emotion and a will to fight. And you've come a long, long way to come and make this statement. It's quite unacceptable if some member states, either in election campaigns or after election, if they start hesitating to continue to make this necessary help available. It's quite unacceptable for certain member states countries start horse trading with a view to Ukraine's enlargement. No. I think it's absolutely vital we can demonstrate our ability to choose for freedom and support for Ukraine.
Greece, Mr. Stefanos Parastatis, you have the floor, sir.
Greece will continue to support strongly Ukraine. This war is not another war, and not because it happens in our territory, in our neighborhood, but because Ukrainian people fight for their land, fight for their freedom. It is a fight for freedom. That fight, their fight, is our fight. Also, I would like to congratulate all three countries, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, for the positive recommendations as reflected in the European Commission report on enlargement. Foremost, I would like to congratulate the peoples of these countries for their efforts and their dedication to the goal of integration. I would also like to point out that as important as it is for candidate countries to produce results in terms of reforms, it is also important for the European Union to provide rights and advantages to them according to their progress. The enlargement process is indeed a source of concern and controversy within the European Union. However, it is crucial to send the right message to citizens so that a sense of futility is no further provoked, as has largely happened in the case of the Western Balkans. It is our firm position that the accession path of each country must be based on the progress it makes and the achievement of specific goals. We do not agree to fast-track procedures. Also, a faster timetable for Ukraine involves the significant risk of reactions and loss of interest in membership from the countries of the Western Balkans, whose negotiations are essentially frozen. The rules should be the same for everyone, and any move we make now should not have the exact opposite effect in our backyard, which is the Western Balkans, and third countries are constantly increasing their influence. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ. A continuación, desde el Senado,
Thank you so much. From the Italian Senate, can I please ask Mr. Pietro Lorifice to take the floor? Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, after 21 months since the start of the aggression on the part of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, we can see that this war has led to a total stop to diplomatic negotiations, and the interventions to support Ukraine has really boiled down to sending arms and munition. So we believe that Putin has said that this is a war which is going to last for a long time. The last G20 has finally talked about the word war, but the European Union has not really called for a request to start peace negotiations. So the hostilities and the support to Kiev has really led to some criticism in Europe, especially because of the elections. Certain countries are hesitating as to the eastern borders of Europe, and I believe that we might find ourselves with new conflicts. Kosovo, Nagorno-Karabakh. The European Union has shown support to Kiev and has also shown unconditional support to Ukraine, but more military effort is necessary. But if you don't try to move with diplomatic negotiations to put an end to this conflict, the endeavors to reconstruct the country seem only empty words. Let us try and use diplomatic channels in the best possible way. Thank you.
Molte grazie. Desde Letonia, don Riyad Kols.
Thank you, Riyad Kols from
Thank you, Chair. I would like to start with
Latvia.
two words that I see that nowadays are echoing in political corridors in Europe. It's a war fatigue. And in times of fatigue, we must reflect on the enduring value that unite us. It's freedom and security. And colleagues, let's imagine if fatigue had clouded the judgment of nations in pivotal moments like 1939, Britain's commitment to Poland, or the support to the US lent to Britain. Would we have the Europe we are cherishing today? I don't think so. Ukraine stands at the critical juncture facing the threat of frozen conflict. The call for assistance must not be drowned out of the noise of the global distractions. reject the notion of war fatigue as a ploy to weaken our resolve. Ukraine refuses a frozen conflict, and so must we. Colleagues, we can hear even today some saying, misguided, describing the conflict from 2014 till 2022 as a civil war in Ukraine. For God's sake, get the basic facts. Understand what is at stake, what is going on. And last point, Mr. Chair, I wanted to point out, numbers do matter. In 12 months, Russia has spent $100 billion in its war machine, whereas EU-US combined support is $80 billion. Let me remind you, Europe is a value, economic value, the total is 15 billion. Sorry, my mistake, not billion, trillion. So imagine if we commit 1% expenditure to support Ukraine militarily, we could see tables turned around, and we can then really say, until Ukraine is victorious. Not the words, until it's as long as it's necessary. No, until Ukraine is victorious. So weapons, weapons, weapons. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you so much. And now the next speaker, Mr. Pavic.
Ukraine today is to defend EU values. We have seen harsh bombing on Saturday when Ukraine remembered 90 years since Holodomor genocide by starvation. Croatian Parliament, in our declaration in June, declared Holodomor 1932-1933 as genocide over Ukrainian people. We support Ukraine not only by gestures like this, by empathy, but with concrete support, and I mean weapons. Croatian government and our Prime Minister Plenković, we gave all the support we could because we are the only EU country that still remembers Homeland War. Croatian Parliament hosted Parliament dimension of Crim platform last year, and Mr. Stefanchuk and 40 other speakers were in Zagreb. Recently, we organized donors demining conference in Zagreb and raised 500 million euros for demining of Ukraine. We have opened our veteran centers built with EU money to Ukrainian war veterans. We had supported midterm revision of MFF to secure funds for Ukraine. And finally, we support Ukrainian path on the EU and opening negotiations. So let's stay united, and with all this fatigue, stay united, send weapons, support the European path of Ukraine, and give them all the support they need. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. From the German Bundestag, Mr. Günther Kirchbaum. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues. I'd like to agree with Marco and the Lithuanian representative and Thomas Harkov too. It's obviously expensive to support Ukraine. It'll be a lot more expensive if we don't. We have no alternative, in other words. We have to make weapons available to Ukraine. We need to finance Ukraine because if Putin finishes with Ukraine, he's moving on to Georgia and on to Moldova. I mean, and Moldova and Georgia won't have the firepower of Ukraine. So it's absolutely vital that we support the Ukraine that are standing up for our values, democracy, freedom, rule of law. And we owe it to them for that reason. And nor is it acceptable if we have bilateral squabbles. That's something we need to discuss elsewhere. but we cannot accept people seeking to torpedo this initiative. So we stand by Ukraine. We do it in a sort of out of an informed self-interest, and we need to send out a clear signal from the COSAC that we're absolutely firm on this. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. From the French Assemblée Nationale, Mrs. Marietta Caramanli has the floor.
Thank you. In 2014 and 2022, Russia attacked an independent state, violating international law. Ukraine and its allies have resisted. Military aid for Ukraine raises the question of the whole nature of European defense. Some people see a European conflict to consolidate the American defense industry. But I think Europe needs to look at this expenditure not as a kind of an arms deal, but something which actually supports some fundamental principles, not least in the light of enlargement. Europe grew out of the war with a view of ensuring peace and the rule of law. So we need to do some very serious thinking about our own defense posture.
Desde Serbia, doña Elvira Kovac.
Thank you. Serbia, Elvira Kovac.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues. The latest European Commission report recognized a small step ahead Serbia made in aligning with the EU common foreign and security policy, and alignment rate was 51% comparing to 46% last year. Beside the fact that Serbia has not aligned with all restrictive measures against Russia, so far implemented political measures confirm that Serbia's stance is in step with EU standpoints. Serbia is supporting the territorial integrity of Ukraine and provided broad range of humanitarian aid to the endangered Ukrainian citizens. In March 2022, the government adopted a decision providing facilitated access to its territory and granting temporary protection to all people having fled Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. The decision was extended in March 2022 for another year. It allows access to the right of residence, identity documentation, the right to education, access to the labor market, and health care in accordance with the regulations governing the rights of foreigners. All the above mentioned confirm that Serbia remains closely united in its solidarity with Ukrainian people and its unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, desde Turquía,
Thank you. From Turkey, Mr. Buran Kayatürk. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we strongly support the struggle of Ukraine for its independence and territorial integrity. We unfortunately have huge dependence on Russia's trade. We have huge trade with Russia, especially in the case of natural gases and petroleum. But we still have been against the occupation of Ukraine, as we have been against the occupation of Crimea as well. At the same time, we see that in this whole, everyone is against the occupation of Russia in Ukraine. I congratulate everyone, but I also ask that everyone should be aware of Israel occupying Palestinian land. And in last 40 days, Israel has killed almost 15,000 people, children, civilian, and women in Palestine, in Gaza. So I also want Europe, EU to have a strong voice to stop Israel in Gaza and Palestine as well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Desde Albania,
Thank you. From Albania, Mr. Kresnik Koyaku, you have the floor.
Thank you. I strongly support the concern and the request of our friends from Ukraine supporting Ukraine now. For each European country, it's not only supporting Ukraine, but it's supporting ourselves. I come from Albania, Western Balkan countries, and as you well know, never in our history this area has been an empty space. If Europe is not there, someone else will be. And I'm telling you, dear friends, Russians are in the Western Balkans country trying to use every single conflict within our nations, between our nations, to use and to raise a conflict there. Serbia-Kosovo conflict, Russian diplomats are around. In the conflict of destabilization, political destabilization in Montenegro, Russian diplomats are around. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, Russian diplomats are around, trying to support corrupted politicians in Albania and sovereignist groups in Albania, Russians are around, and also in the Northern Macedonia. So when I'm asking to accelerate the process of accession of our countries, I'm not asking to avoid the fulfillment of our standards to become member of the Union. I'm asking from your countries to be aware that our areas are very much in danger from the Russian influence, and being for our country member of European Union is not anymore a matter of standards, it's a matter of security. So thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. From Turkey, Ismail Emre Karayel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Durable peace based on the territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence of Ukraine. In the Turkey have been working very hard to achieve this goal since the outset of the war, facilitating high-profile prisoner exchanges, launching and successfully implementing Black Sea Initiative, and hosting peace talks and other consultations in Turkey are concrete examples of those efforts. The most significant result of our effort was Black Sea Initiative. The initiative allowed more than 33 million tons of various grains products to reach the world markets from August 1, 2022 until its termination. It helped to stabilize global food prices and avert a major food shortage. There is blockade of food, water, medical supplies, electricity and fuel in Gaza too. Ongoing tragedy in the occupied Palestinian territories, Gaza in particular, is also one of the greatest that mankind has ever seen in history. To date, in weeks, 13,000 civilians, including more than 6,000 children, have lost their lives as a result of relentless air and ground attacks launched by Israel on Gaza. Israeli airstrikes have hit homes, schools, hospitals, refugee camps, even ambulances. The 4-day ceasefire is positive development, but what will happen when the ceasefire comes to an end? Will the EU and the rest of the Western world continue to turn a blind eye on the war crimes committed by Israel? Will they call for a permanent ceasefire this time or continue to remain silent? It is obvious that Israel will continue, Netanyahu's Israel will continue its massacre, its genocide of innocent civilians. Our immediate priority is to end to ongoing bloodshed everywhere. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor Karayel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karayel. Now from Turkey, can I give the floor to Mrs. Sual
Kovdora, you have the floor.
Starting in 2014 with the occupation of Crimea and continuing in 2022 with the continuation of Russia's expansionist raids on Ukrainian territory under various pretexts, we are unfortunately on the verge of an unresolved conflict, as in the ongoing conflicts all over the world. As an MP of a country that has bravely used many military and political apparatus against Russia's unjust occupation by the common conscience of the free nations of the world, democracy and the principles of international law, I can say that it's a fact that Turkey does not see Europe's interests separately from its national interests in this ongoing crisis. We all know that Turkey, having deep-rooted relations with the European Union and being the second largest military force in NATO, is an important actor in this major crisis in the Black Sea basin. Moreover, mutual investments and cooperation agreements in the fields of trade, tourism and defense industry with both countries involved in the conflict prove that Turkey is a versatile partner. Also, I don't need to mention further the grain treaty and Turkey's initiatives in the transit of hydrocarbon resources from Asia to Europe, which were appreciated by the whole world in the Ukraine crisis. While we are disappointed by the relative apathy of our European friends towards Turkey and the promises made to Turkey, which is acting in such a strong spirit of cooperation and common interests, we will continue to defend our commitments and common interests in our foreign policy, in particular on Ukraine crisis. And lastly, I would like to remind you strongly that we do not see the Ukrainian children who lost their lives in the war and the Palestinian children who lost their lives in the occupied Gaza as different from each other in the name of humanity and world peace. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Dora.
Thank you very much.
A continuación, desde
Next,
Noruega,
from Norway,
Asmund Aukrust.
Asmund Aukrust, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank to the Spanish host for putting this very important issue on the agenda. We must never allow ourselves to get used to the fact that there is a full-scale war in the heart of Europe. Therefore, it's so important to continue to discussing this important issue and to continue to discuss how we can support the Ukrainian freedom fight. We must stand by Ukraine as long as needed. They are fighting for their freedom and they are fighting for our values. The world will be a much more dangerous place if President Putin will win this war. We must stand up for international law wherever in the world, it's all over the world, in the Ukraine, in the Middle East and in the rest of the world. Mr. Chair, in February, Norway launched Fridtjof Nansen program for Ukraine, a 5-year program to support Ukraine, 7.5 billion euros on military support, humanitarian aid and civil support for rebuilding of the state. Of course, the amount was very important, but more importantly, it was bipartisan and it will last for 5 years. By doing this, we show that we will stand by Ukraine as long as they need it. Slava Ukraini, thank you.
Muchas gracias. Desde el Reino Unido, Lord Ricketts tiene la palabra.
Mr. Ricketts, UK.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The UK has been a firm friend of Ukraine for many years. One of the consequences of Putin's war in Ukraine has been to bring the UK and EU closer together on security affairs. We've coordinated closely on arms deliveries, and I quite agree we should be doing more to get our arms industries onto a war footing. We've worked very closely on sanctions, and the priority there now, I think, is better implementation and avoidance of evasion through third countries. We also need to start work now on the reconstruction of Ukraine, which will be a massive task. The City of London will be important in mobilizing private finance for that. And in order to unlock that, we need to work closely with our Ukrainian friends on the issue of corruption. Future European security and future of Ukraine's security depends on Ukraine becoming a member of NATO and of the EU. And the UK and the EU, I think, have a profound shared interest in achieving that goal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Kosovo, Fjola Oikani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand today I stand here today representing Kosovo, a nation that intimately understands Ukraine's struggles. As we witness the ongoing situation there, it's crucial to draw parallels with Kosovo's own journeys towards peace and democracy. Much like Ukraine, Kosovo has faced challenges in securing its sovereignty against external threats. Our experiences resonate with Ukraine's current struggle, both nations enduring the heavy cost of aggression from larger neighbors, Ukraine from Russia and Kosovo from Serbia. Kosovo, like Ukraine, aspires to a future rooted in European values, seeking peaceful coexistence and mutual respect among nations. Our painful experiences have strengthened our resolve to contribute to a united, secure, and prosperous Europe. In light of this, I urge the esteemed gathering to reinforce support for Ukraine, recognizing that its fight is not just for sovereignty, but for the principles united us in the European community. It's also a call to acknowledge the aspiration of countries like Kosovo, sharing a similar journey towards peace, democracy, and European integration. Let us stand in solidarity with Ukraine, affirming our commitment to an inclusive, resilient Europe, reflecting cherished values. Together, we can build a future where all nations, regardless of size or challenges, thrive in peace and dignity. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Nos han hecho llegar
Thank you very much.
7 peticiones. En primer lugar,
That brings us to the end of the speakers list, but I'll have a minute and a half extra. We're a little bit over time. From the Czech Republic, Ondřej Benesky, the floor is yours.
Děkuji za slovo.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. Chairman. The Czech Republic has long supported the effort of Ukraine militarily, on a humanitarian basis, by preparing projects for reconstruction and also in international institutions. The Czech Republic has received 450,000 Ukrainian refugees, predominantly women, children and the elderly. We have achieved that over just a couple of weeks. Obviously, this has had its consequences for our educational system, healthcare, social system, housing, etc. With minimum support of the European Union, we have managed it. Nowadays, roughly 400,000 Ukrainian war refugees remain on our territory, and we believe that they are becoming very well integrated. They are becoming part of our communities. And I am saying that in relation to our yesterday's debate on migration and on the opinions of some member states on migration waves and the related pressures. I would also like to draw your attention to one phenomenon, and that's kidnapping of Ukrainian children to Russian Federation and their forced Russification. The Czech Chamber of Deputies has adopted a resolution that has been shared with you through the Committee for European Affairs, and I would like to ask you to deal with this issue at your committees as well. The riches of each country is its people, and the most vulnerable are children. And one little note on Israel. Although it might not be directly connected, how to prevent civilian victims in the Gaza Strip. Stop using civilians as human shields, and stop firing missiles on Israel to kill Israeli civilians in schools and in hospitals. Thank you.
From Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mr. COSAC, please.
Poštovano predsjedništvo,
poštovane
gospođe i gospodo, prvo želim pozdraviti sva ostvarenja I napore.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Chair, dear Presidency, I would like to celebrate all the efforts offered and done for Ukraine that is fighting a difficult fight. I am worried, concerned for my country, and I'm thankful for everybody who is advocating for Bosnia and Herzegovina becoming a member state. Those processes are linked, just as the Spanish presidency has stated previously. We believe that our potentials can be even bigger when we join EU, or if we join EU. That would also mean a security framework for all the countries of Western Balkans. However, every obstacle on that way is a new danger that we can see due to geopolitical situation. And it opens door for internal dangers, Euroscepticism amongst other things that we can see amongst our citizens. I'm certain that if we got a concrete date for negotiations, we would be able to advance, and it would be a big benefit for Bosnia and Herzegovina and European Union. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. From Estonia, Luisa Roibas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. I'm very pleased that the proposal of both our good friends Latvian and Lithuanian colleagues have found support in our meeting yesterday. Thank you for that. I would like to emphasize that we should not take a condescending position on Ukraine. We must continue to provide comprehensive support to Ukraine, both military and humanitarian. It is important to stress that talking about the ceasefire will not bring the Ukrainians back their territory nor home. We must do more to help Ukraine. An integral part of the EU's long-term support for Ukraine is encouraging Ukraine's progress towards EU integration. Estonia warmly welcomes the decision to open accession talks with Ukraine. Moreover, Estonia will provide assistance to Ukraine in the preparation of the necessary steps along the way. On Sunday, I talked to Ivana, the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU. I want to underline her message. The accession talks should start as soon as possible. They should start before the end of the year, before the Christmas. The European Union has fully supported Ukraine until its sovereignty and territorial integrity are restored within the internationally recognized borders. And this includes keeping pressure on Russia by imposing the new EU sanction. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Muchas gracias. Desde la
Thank you very
República
much.
de Macedonia del Norte,
From North Macedonia,
Ademi tiene la palabra.
Mr. Ademi, the floor is yours.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, the Spanish Presidency is taking place at an important moment. The European Union rediscovered the art of transforming a crisis into an opportunity for integration. This war changes everything. After this war, you cannot be in between anymore. It is unthinkable that Ukraine will be left between Russia and the European Union. Therefore, if you look to the future, I am confident that it will eventually be a part of the EU. It is impressive to see how the Ukrainians are reforming their country while fighting the war. EU has not only supplied arms and resources to Ukraine, but has also accelerated moves for Ukraine to join the EU. The decision to begin accession negotiations is promising for Ukraine, whose war effort against Russia's invasion hinges on strong EU relations, as does its post-war future. However, I am convinced that the EU is only complete with North Macedonia and the other Western Balkan countries, with Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. I hope that the EU will successfully resolve the challenges it is facing and that the enlargement policy will not be called into question. Thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Desde Ucrania,
Thank you very much. From Ukraine, Vadim Aleychuk. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear colleagues, dear friends, to all of you for the words of support and support that you have provided to us in Ukraine. A few reflections on what we were discussing here today. First, on EU enlargement and Ukraine's perspective to open up the negotiations. We're not looking for shortcuts. We understand the procedure, and we're working hard to do everything in our power to follow those procedures. As we speak now, the Speaker of Verkhovna Rada Stefanchuk and President of European Parliament Metsola are in the process of signing new memorandum of understanding, which will allow us to focus the work of the Verkhovna Rada on that particular task of implementing European legislation. So for us, the importance of that is not in finding a shorter road, but not to fall in the trap of endless negotiations, as unfortunately our dear friends and colleagues in the Western Balkan countries had. Therefore, we urge for your support on this very important issue for us. Second, on diplomatic ways of resolution for this war. We would love to see any serious prospects, but unfortunately, Russia is not looking for diplomatic resolution. Unfortunately, Russia has been manipulating public opinion, both in Russia, unfortunately here in the EU, and in the rest of the world about this particular issue. As a matter of fact, Russia is sabotaging international organizations. Just recently we learned that Russia has managed to effectively block the presidency of Estonia in the OSCE, the European Organization for Security and Cooperation. This is the true intention of Russia, not to find the solution, but to cause so many problems that the solution could not be found. Last but not least, sanctions on Russia. Russia should be punished. Unfortunately, we see that Russia manages to avoid sanctions. And we see how that happens. Every day, we get shelled by weaponry which consists of dozens of parts that are assembled in the European Union, including in the countries of the European Union. And we see how those parts get to Russia. We see the routes, we see the countries which help Russia, we see the companies that are involved, but at the same time, the 12th package, which supposedly has to address that issue, is still under very, very difficult and ongoing debate. Just recently, I believe yesterday, Putin signed into law the new Russian budget. Over $120 billion for defense needs. We already discussed the numbers. We all understand that this is not the way to diplomatic resolution of the conflict. Russia is not looking forward to finding other solutions than the military, and we should not kid ourselves. We should be prepared for that particular way out. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
La última intervención desde Georgia.
Final contribution from Georgia. Mr. Bochevitflili. Dom Makatorechvili.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I reiterate Georgia's firm support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and express our admiration and solidarity to the heroic fight of Ukrainian people for freedom. We need to keep in mind that what we see in Ukraine is a continuation of Russia's aggressive policy that has been used in Georgia for more than 30 years. Georgia still continues to face Russian occupation, and it is Russian ambitions that are a threat for our common security. We can ask today questions. What would be today if we have acted differently in the past? What if European perspective opened for us years ago, like 3 Baltic states got it after breakup of Soviet Union? What if we received roadmap for NATO membership in 2008 in Bucharest and real implementation of the NATO's open door policy? We can ask many questions, but we will not be able to change what has been already done, but what we can change is our future, and we need to act today, not to leave questions what if for our next generations. Georgia, Ukraine and Moldova, together with Western Balkan states, are aspiring to be an integral part of the European Union, and it requires real steps to be taken today, and we hope that EU Council decision in December will lay ground for a real implementation of our sovereign choice and real enlargement policy of the European Union. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A
Thank you very
continuación,
much.
hay una petición que no había estado registrada
There's another speaker being added to the list
del Parlamento finlandés
from the
para
Finnish
terminar.
Parliament,
Mark
and this
Lundström
concludes
tiene la
this
palabra.
round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the beginning of the brutal and illegal Russian attack on Ukraine, President Zelensky communicated, "I need ammunition, not a ride." It is now our task to deliver the ammunition Ukraine needs to defend their country. Ukraine is not only fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty and international law, but for the security in Europe as a whole. Member states have delivered crucial amounts of weapon and ammunition, and we heard today what it has meant. But we must do more. As our German colleague said earlier today, imagine the cost if Ukraine would lose. We cannot let that happen. We have scavenged our ammunition storages, but we have not been able to quickly enough ramp up the industrial capacity to produce more ammunition. We, as the EU, have pledged 1 million artillery rounds to Ukraine. Earlier this autumn, it looked that we only would be able to deliver 400,000 rounds, not even half of what we have promised. We must step up. Being unable to deliver on our promise, we don't only let the Ukrainians down, we also undermine our own credibility. As another German colleague said, we all as colleagues here have an important role to ask questions in our own capitals back home, how to more quickly increase our production to help Ukraine and to rebuild our own stockpiles. We must walk the walk, not only talk the talk. Chairman, last but not least, we also must increase our security by enlargement. Although not an EU question, we also need Sweden in NATO as soon as possible. It will increase security in Northern Europe. We are very encouraged that the ratification process in Turkey and Hungary are moving ahead, and hopefully we can conclude it very soon. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now we open the floor for the speakers. I will start with the Secretary General for Defense Policy, Admiral Martinez. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much. Mr. Landaluce.
Me ha ilusionado el espíritu de proyecto común que
I've been
dimana de
listening
todas las profundas
to
intervenciones que ha
with interest to
Me ha
all of
gustado
the
mucho,
contributions that have been
agradezco
made, and I'm very
mucho
grateful
haber formado
for
parte
them.
de este debate,
I'm
poder
very
escuchar,
grateful for
las
having been
posiciones
part
de
of this debate,
los
for being able to
parlamentarios de la
listen
Unión
to the
Europea
positions
y de
expressed
muchos
by
países
parliamentarians
socios.
from many
Creo
different
que,
countries of the EU and
coincido con,
third countries, and I agree
con la observación general de
with
que la
the
paz en
general
Europa está en
remarks
juego,
that have been
de
made,
que no
that
podemos
peace in Europe is
olvidar a
at stake.
Ucrania.
We can't forget
Europa
Ukraine.
es una fortaleza, pero es una fortaleza
Europe
de
is a
valores,
strength,
luego tiene que tender
but it's
puentes
built
alrededor, no
on
puede cerrarse en
values.
sí
We
misma.
have to have bridges around us. We
Europa,
can't close
no
in
es
on
una
ourselves.
fortaleza cerrada.
And
Es una
Europe is
fortaleza
not
abierta.
a fortress.
Luego la
It's
apuesta
not
por la
closed. It's
ampliación
open,
europea
and it's been
tenemos que conseguirla,
added
está
to
ahí.
via
Y me
rounds of
parece que
accession. We have to
las,
continue
múltiples
in that way.
alusiones
I think that
a
the
la
many
necesidad
references
de
that have been made
sustentar Europa
to the
en una
need to
defensa común
build
europea
Europe
son muy
and have a
bienvenidas y
common
muy
defence policy,
importantes.
these
Por
remarks were
tanto,
very
muchas
welcome
gracias por
and
esta
were very important. So
participación,
thank you
esta
very
contribución al
much
debate. Gracias.
for all of the contributions that have been made to this debate. Thank you. Thank you very much, Admiral. Now I give the floor to the Chair of European Affairs Committee, Mr. Euro Maria Tercia Santagata from Italy, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and really very impressive and substantive debate. I think many elements, full convergence on the basic issues of support, economic, financial, development support, on two elements in particular, the way of insisting and to give our contribution and encouragement. I don't think there is a need to encourage much because the European Council on the next 15th December is convening with a full preparation in terms of enlargement. Concerning this, an important point. Support Ukraine and enlargement, it is something that is already in the agenda, and I wouldn't say nothing is taken for granted, but I think that the discussion today and the cohesion of our parliaments around this question, how enlargement is a fundamental element for facing and overcoming the challenges that we have in front of us. In geopolitical terms, in terms of defending our values and our identity, enlargement is a fundamental thing. The Western Balkans are part of the European family, as part is Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova. I spoke a little more about Ukraine and not to the other candidate, those who have candidate status. But let me add, Mr. President, that Georgia has made impressive advancement also that was recognized by the European Commission, and the same Moldova. And the remarks which are made by the Bosnian and Kosovo representative by the Bosnian representative have fully understood, and we have taken note. About migration, it is another point made by our Finnish colleague. The fact that the question Russia weaponizes migration is an issue which must be taken and confronted day by day. Finland has moved quickly, fast, effectively in monitoring and closing some borders, and it is an example of how fast and in an integrated way the measures can be undertaken. So these points deserve our conviction in view of preparing and also encouraging our leaders in view of the next European Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias. Gracias, senador.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Por último,
And finally,
tiene turno de intervención, si así lo
I give the
considera
floor,
necesario, la
if she
presidenta de la
wishes
Comisión de
to take
Integración
it,
de Ucrania
to
en
the
la Unión
chairperson of
Europea
Ukraine's
de la
European
Rada
Union
Ucrania,
Integration
la
Committee
señora Ivana
from Ukraine, Ms.
Klinskut-Sinsadze.
Ivana Klimpush-Tsindzadze.
Thank you very much, dear Chair. Dear colleagues, thank you for all the support that has been given to Ukraine in this whole. I hope it will be continued further with your actions on the ground. We really appreciate that. Few things. Peace talks are possible only with those who have at least a shadow of respect towards international order, towards promises, towards the signed documents. We were neutral and non-aligned state when in 2014 Russia has attacked us. So it's nothing about our European or Euro-Atlantic aspirations. We have to agree that the good has to be with the peace, and rockets and tanks cannot be stopped by the peace dove. With regard to European integration and European enlargement, we do hope that this historic decision will be followed through upon recommendations of the European Commission by the Council. We at home have an all-party, cross-party effort to really deliver on our responsibilities and the conditions that we received. It's not an easy job, but we are very focused, and we are going to go step by step in order to be a strong and prosperous and looking up country in the European Union. We know that with Ukraine in the European Union, the EU will become much stronger, much more appealing, and much more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all speakers. And with that, we end the fourth session on the situation in Ukraine and relations with the European Union. We'll have a brief break now, and then at 12 sharp, we'll come back and start the fifth session. Thank you very much to everyone.
Bien, buenas tardes. Son las 12:05. Damos comienzo a la sesión quinta.
We're starting now with the fifth session. This is on open strategic autonomy and relations with Latin America. We'll be hearing from two keynote speakers. Firstly, we'll hear from the Secretary of State for Ibero-America and the Caribbean and Spanish around the world, Mr. Juan Fernández Trigo. Would you like to make your way up to the podium, please?
Bueno, pues muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning. Thank you.
Es para mí un honor participar
It's an honor
en estas
to take part in the 70th plenary of COSAC to talk about open strategic autonomy and relations with Latin America.
En octubre de
In
2020,
October 2020,
los 27 Estados miembros
27 member
suscribimos
states
el
signed
concepto de
the
autonomía
concept
estratégica
of
abierta
open
como la clave con la que
strategic
guiar el
autonomy
reposicionamiento de Europa
in
en el
order
mundo.
to reposition
Está siendo uno de los
in the
ejes
world.
prioritarios de
This is
nuestra
one of the
presidencia
priority
de la Unión Europea,
lines of our
en la que a través de la
presidency,
iniciativa
and through
Resilient
this
EU
initiative, Resilient
2030,
EU 2030,
hemos querido abordar
we have
nuestras
wanted
principales
to tackle
vulnerabilidades.
our main
El reciente
vulnerabilities.
Consejo Europeo
The
Informal
most
de
recent
Granada
informal council
le
in
dedicó a este
Granada
tema una especial atención.
talked about this
Queremos responder a los desafíos del
in
presente
detail. We want to face
sin
up to the
cerrarnos al
challenges
mundo
of the present
y sin renunciar
without
a los valores
closing ourselves
europeos.
off from the world and without giving up on European
Como ha
values.
señalado nuestro presidente del
As was
Gobierno,
already said by the
la construcción de esta autonomía
President of the
estratégica
Spanish
abierta
government,
debemos redoblar nuestra
we need
apuesta
to double
por
our
el
efforts for this
multilateralismo y las
open
alianzas
strategic autonomy.
diplomáticas
We
y
need
comerciales.
to have
En un mundo
commercial and
convulso,
trade alliances.
tenemos que cooperar cada
In a
vez más con
difficult
las regiones que nos
complex
resultan más
world, we need
cercanas,
to work with those
y una de
regions
ellas
that are
es, sin
closer
ninguna
to
duda,
us,
América Latina y
and
el
one of
Caribe.
them is Latin America and the
Así
Caribbean.
lo subrayan las
That
conclusiones
is
del
what
Consejo
we
que
saw
acabamos de
after the
aprobar, que en
conclusions
su
were
primera
adopted
frase
in the
declaran
Council
que
that was
una
just
asociación estratégica
held.
modernizada
A strategic,
y más fuerte entre
more
la Unión
modern
Europea y América Latina
relation between
es
the
más
EU and
importante que
Latin
nunca.
America is more important than ever before.
Como bien saben
And as
ustedes,
you
desde
probably
nuestro
know,
ingreso en la entonces
since
Comunidad
we
Económica
joined
Europea en
the European
1986,
Union in
acercar Europa a
1986,
América Latina ha sido una de las
bring
constantes de la política
Europe
exterior
closer to Latin
española.
America has been one of
Vuelve
the
a ser una prioridad absoluta
approaches
de
of
nuestra
Spanish
presidencia del
foreign
Consejo,
policy, and this is again one of
como ha
our
dicho nuestro
priorities
presidente
as
del
President
Gobierno.
of Council, as was said by the
En esa línea hemos querido
President of
llamar
the
la
government.
atención sobre la
So
importancia de
we'd like
renovar
to
y
draw the
relanzar
attention to the
la relación con
relaunch
América Latina y el
of
Caribe,
relations with Latin
puesto que la
America and
percepción que ha
Caribbean.
venido ganando terreno es
Because
la
the
de que los
impression is
europeos
that Europeans
han descuidado esta relación.
have really
No se había celebrado una cumbre
left
birregional
this
desde el año
relation aside.
2015.
We hadn't had a summit since
Y sin embargo,
2015, and
la Unión
however,
Europea no está
the
ausente de
European
América Latina y el
Union
Caribe.
is still present in the Caribbean
Somos
and
el
in
primer
Latin
inversor
America. We're the first
con un
investor
stock de casi
with
700.000
a
millones de
stock
euros.
of
La Unión Europea
700
invierte en la región
billion
más que en
euros.
China,
We
Rusia,
invest
la
more
India
than
y
in
Japón
China,
juntos.
Russia, India, and
En América
Japan
del Sur
altogether.
invertimos
In
20
Latin
veces
America,
más
we
que China.
invest more than China, 20 times more than China.
Somos el tercer socio
We are the
comercial.
third trade
Gracias a
partner.
los acuerdos comerciales,
Thanks
el
to these
comercio
trade
birregional ha
agreements,
aumentado un
bi-regional
40%
trade has
entre
increased
2018 y
40% between
2022,
2018 and
hasta alcanzar
2022.
los 369.000
brought
millones
up
de
to-
euros.
Secretario de Estado,
I do
discúlpeme.
apologize,
Si
Secretary
son
of
tan
State.
amables
Could I please ask all of you, please, to
de mantener
keep
un silencio que permita al orador concentrarse en su intervención y a los demás recibir esa información de una manera cómoda.
so
Se
that
lo
others can actually
agradecería. Cualquier
hear
conversación
what
saben
he's
que
saying.
tenemos
So if you have
salas
any
para
conversations you need to
fuera
hold,
del
you know
plenario.
that there are other
Así
rooms
que,
where you could
por
most
favor,
certainly
silencio.
have these conversations.
Secretario de Estado, muchas gracias.
Secretary of
Siga
State, I
usted,
do
por favor.
apologize. Please continue.
Sí, estaba diciendo que
Well,
somos
as I
el
was
primer
saying,
inversor en
we're
América
the first
Latina, con un
investor in
stock de
Latin
casi
America.
700.000 millones de euros.
700 billion
La Unión
euros.
Europea invierte en la región más que
European
en
Union
China,
invests more in
Rusia,
that
la India y
region than,
Japón juntos.
in China,
En
India,
América del Sur
Russia,
invertimos
and
20
Japan
veces más que en
taken
China.
together, and we invest 20 times more than
Somos el
China
tercer
does in
socio
Latin America. We're
comercial.
the third trade partner.
Gracias a los acuerdos
Thanks to
comerciales,
the
el
trade
comercio
agreements,
birregional ha aumentado
by
un
regional trade has
40%
increased
entre
40%
2018 y
between
2022,
2018
hasta
and
alcanzar los
2022,
369.000
and this has
millones de euros.
gone up to 360 billion euros.
Somos el primer
We're
donante.
the
La Unión
first
Europea en su
donor.
totalidad
The European
proporciona a la
Union
región unos
gives the
4.000
region
millones de euros al año
4 billion
en ayuda oficial
in,
al desarrollo.
Aid, in development aid.
Casi 13.000 intercambios de
There have
profesionales
been,
y de estudiantes se han producido en los últimos 8 años dentro de los marcos de movilidad existentes, como por ejemplo el programa Erasmus+. América Latina y el Caribe nos interesa como socio. La región tiene el 66% de las reservas de litio. La Unión Europea lo importa ahora en un 97% de China. El 60% de la biodiversidad mundial procede de América Latina. El 50% de los bosques primarios. El 14% de la producción global de alimentos. Acapara el 45% del comercio internacional agroalimentario neto y contiene el 28% de la superficie con potencial agrícola. América Latina y el Caribe está dotada de un gran potencial de recursos energéticos renovables. Además, y esto es crucial, compartimos valores. América Latina y el Caribe es, como recoge el Real Instituto Elcano en su último informe, la única región emergente que trata de converger al desarrollo desde la democracia. Para respaldarla en unos momentos de especial vulnerabilidad, para hacer frente a las manifestaciones de lo que el informe Latinobarómetro 2023 llama la recesión democrática de América Latina, es necesario que la Unión Europea esté muy presente. España, por cierto, ha puesto en marcha este año un programa de apoyo a la democracia en América Latina y el Caribe. Las dos regiones aspiramos a un orden internacional basado en reglas. Defendemos el multilateralismo, el derecho internacional, la integridad territorial de los Estados y demás principios consagrados en la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Juntos sumamos 60 votos en la organización, prácticamente un tercio de la misma. Juntos, nuestra opinión sobre los grandes temas globales puede tener mucho más peso. Mantenemos estrechos lazos culturales y humanos. Hay 6 millones de europeos viviendo en América Latina y cerca de 7 millones de latinoamericanos viviendo en Europa. 1,5 millones de españoles viven en la región. 3 millones de nacidos en América Latina residen en España. Pero hasta este año nuestro perfil como europeos ha sido bajo y tenemos competencia de nuevos actores. Como Rusia, los países de América Latina y el Caribe han condenado la invasión de Ucrania, pero su condena no ha sido activa, ni sanciones, ni expulsión de Rusia de organismos internacionales, ni suministro de armas a Ucrania. Su actitud ambivalente queda reflejada en las declaraciones de algunos líderes latinoamericanos y en las dificultades para recoger el tema en la declaración de la cumbre, llevadas al límite por la actitud poco constructiva de Nicaragua.
the
el único de los 60
report of the
países
summit.
que no la ha
Nicaragua,
firmado.
for instance, is one of the only countries
como
that
China,
hasn't signed this. Or
nuestro
China
competidor económico
is
y
also a
rival sistémico,
competitor, a systemic
que es el
rival,
primer socio
the
comercial de
first
muchos
trade
países de la
partner of
región.
many of the Latin American
China ofrece
countries.
tratados
China
comerciales
offers
de
trade,
tramitación rápida
rapid
frente a
trade
los 20
agreements
años que lleva
compared
la de la Unión
to
Europea
the
con
20
Mercosur.
years which Latin
Es un
America, the
inversor cada vez
Mercosur
más
and the
importante,
EU is
sobre
trying to
todo en el sur
negotiate.
de la
It's an
región.
important partner, especially in the southern
El
part of
presidente
the
Xi
region.
Jinping ha
Xi
visitado la región
Jinping has
13
visited
veces.
the region
El
13
Instituto
times.
Confucio está
The
presente en
Confucius
23 países
Institute is present in
latinoamericanos.
13 of the
Ha
Latin
puesto en
American
práctica
countries,
una
and it
muy
has
activa
also set up
diplomacia de
very
vacunas
active diplomacy
y está consiguiendo
on
un creciente
vaccination and
aislamiento de
has
Taiwán
led
en la región.
to isolation
La
of
cada vez mayor
Taiwan in
presencia
the
de
region.
China ha
The
contribuido a que
presence
muchos
of China
países reorienten
has
su acción diplomática
led
hacia el Pacífico.
countries to look towards the Pacific
Todas estas
region.
circunstancias han
And all
llevado
of
lo que
this
podríamos llamar un
means
despertar
that
geopolítico
a
que se ha traducido
geopolitical
desde hace unos
awakening has
meses
started,
en un intenso
and this has
calendario de
led
visitas de la
to
Unión Europea a la región.
visits, many visits by
El vicepresidente y alto
by
representante
high
Borrell
representatives
había
of the
declarado que
European
2023 iba a ser el
Union.
año de
Mr.
América
Borrell
Latina y
said
el
that
Caribe para Europa.
2023 would be the year of Latin America
Ciertamente se
and
está
Caribbean,
cumpliendo.
and I think this is true.
La gran cita del año y de la presidencia española ha sido la tercera cumbre Unión Europea-CELAC,
We had the European
que hemos
Union
celebrado
CELAC
con éxito.
meeting, which was held very
Y esto lo demuestra el
successfully
excelente nivel de
during the Spanish
participación.
presidency. And this shows the level of
48 jefes de Estado y de
participation. 48
Gobierno,
heads of state and government,
25 de la Unión Europea y
25 from the
33 de la
European
CELAC.
Union and 33 from
En palabras del
CELAC
presidente
countries.
de
And
Brasil,
the president of
de
Brazil,
todas las reuniones en las que
of all the
participé con la
meetings
Unión
in which I
Europea,
took part with the
esta ha
European
sido la
Union,
reunión más
this has
exitosa de
been the
todas.
most successful one.
Pocas veces vi tanto interés
I've
político y
seen a lot of
económico de los países de
political
la
and
Unión Europea
economic interest of
hacia
countries of
América
the
Latina.
European Union towards countries
Y
of
lo que es
Latin
aún más
America.
importante,
And what
hemos
is even
acordado
more
una declaración
important, we've also
conjunta
agreed a
que nos ha
joint
permitido
statement.
institucionalizar el diálogo
So we
político,
now have an
consagrando el
institutionalized
carácter bienal de
political
las cumbres,
dialogue,
programando la siguiente
programming
para
the next
2025
summit
en
for
Colombia,
2025 in
país que
Colombia,
ostentará entonces la presidencia
country
pro
that
tempore
will
de
be
la CELAC.
holding the CELAC
Y también
presidency.
estableciendo la celebración de
And
reuniones
we
de
will also
ministros de
be
Asuntos
organizing
Exteriores
meetings of
y
ministers of foreign
aprobando la
affairs
creación de una instancia de
and setting
coordinación
up
permanente.
a permanent coordination body.
Además, hemos
Moreover,
adoptado la hoja de ruta Unión
we also
Europea-CELAC
adopted the CELAC European Union
2023-2025,
Roadmap
que comprende una serie de eventos birregionales de alto
2020-2025
nivel
with high-level
en torno a prioridades compartidas,
conferences
como la primera
based on
conferencia de
priorities,
ministros
the
de
first
Economía y
conference of
Finanzas de
ministers
ambas
of
regiones,
economy and finance
que ha tenido
of the two
lugar en
regions,
Santiago
which
de
took place
Compostela
in
el pasado mes de
Santiago de
septiembre.
Compostela in
La
September.
primera en la historia.
The
A
very
finales del
first,
mismo mes se reunieron
at
los
the end of
ministros
the
del
month, the
Interior de
ministers
la
of
Unión
Interior,
Europea
Domestic
con los de
Affairs
los países que
met
pertenecen al
with the
CLASI,
countries of
Comité Latinoamericano de Seguridad
CLASI,
Interior,
Committee, Latin
con
American
lo que
Committee
se
on
aspira a poner en marcha una
Internal
asociación
Security.
birregional en
So we want
materia
to
de
set up
seguridad
a
y justicia.
bi-regional
Como señalaba el informe
organization on
Resilient EU
justice and
2030,
security.
debemos
As the
apostar por una
report,
nueva expansión
Resilient
comercial,
EU,
actualizando
2030,
las relaciones ya
as it's stated
existentes y
in that
estableciendo
report, we
nuevas
need to
con
set up
países afines,
new relations
lo que
with
nos ayudará,
countries
entre otras
that
cosas, a
are
reducir
close to us.
ciertas
And
dependencias
this may
y a
make us have
diversificar las fuentes de suministro.
be less dependent
En la
on
cumbre hemos logrado dar un impulso político a la modernización de los acuerdos comerciales con
imports. We've
México y
also
Chile.
promoted trade
El de
agreements with
Chile está listo
Mexico
para la
and with
firma.
Chile.
La
The
cumbre ha
Chilean
dado
one
la
is ready
ocasión de multiplicar
for
los
signature.
contactos para
We've also
avanzar en el
taken more
acuerdo con
contacts
Mercosur,
to make
en el
further
que en estas
progress with
semanas se está
Mercosur.
trabajando intensamente.
We're working on this
Y se ha
agreement
desbloqueado
these
bajo la
weeks.
presidencia
And under the
española
Spanish
el
presidency,
acuerdo
we've
post-Cotonú,
also been able
que ha de regir
to
las relaciones de la Unión con
deal
los
with the
países de África, Caribe y
post-Cotonou
Pacífico.
agreement. This is
En el ámbito de los
countries
acuerdos
of,
tenemos también que continuar impulsando
Africa
la
and the
ratificación del
Pacific.
acuerdo de
We also need
asociación
to ratify
entre
the
la Unión Europea y
association agreement
Centroamérica,
between Latin America
del
and
que
Central
estamos
America and the European Union. And we're very close to that. On the other hand, we have also seen progress in the area of the innovation, the Global Gateway Agenda, which will be dedicating 45 billion euros, and Spain has put 9.4 million euros.
Y se ha lanzado la primera asociación digital
intercontinental, la Alianza Digital entre la Unión Europea y América Latina y el Caribe. between Latin America, the
También se han
Caribbean,
firmado
and the
memorandos de
EU.
entendimiento
We've
bilaterales
signed
sobre energía
bilateral
con Argentina y
MOUs on
Uruguay
energy with
y uno
Argentina
sobre
and
cadenas de
Uruguay,
valor sostenibles
and
y
one
materias
on
primas
sustainable
críticas con
value
Chile.
chains and
Ni qué decir
critical
tiene que la
systems
emergencia
with Chile.
climática ha estado muy presente
Climate
en la cumbre,
issues have
tanto en el
been very
diálogo
present in
político
the
como en las
summit,
iniciativas
both in the
concretas
political
en
dialogue
el marco del
and the
Global
initiatives
Gateway.
within Global Gateway.
Hemos logrado mucho durante
We've
esta
achieved
tercera
a lot
cumbre Unión
during this
Europea-CELAC,
third summit, European
pero
Union
podemos
CELAC,
todavía avanzar
but I'm
más.
sure we can
Algunos
make more
desafíos se
progress.
extienden más allá
There are challenges
del
that go
fin del mes de
beyond
diciembre.
December.
Resulta fundamental
It's
trabajar
important to
conjuntamente
work
no solo a
jointly,
nivel birregional, sino
not only
también
at by
fortaleciendo
regional
los
level,
lazos a nivel
but also to
subregional,
strengthen
con programas de
sub-regional
trabajo con el
ties
SICA,
with
la Alianza del
SICA,
Pacífico, el
the
Mercosur y
Pacific
el
Alliance,
CARICOM.
Mercosur, and
Y también a nivel
CARICOM,
bilateral con la
and
celebración
at
de cumbres
bilateral level with
con
the
aliados
holding of
estratégicos como
summits with
Brasil o México
strategic allies,
y extendiendo
Mexico,
los esquemas
Brazil,
de diálogo político a los
and to
demás
promote
países.
political dialogue
Con
with other
ocasión de la cumbre
countries.
se han firmado memorandos de entendimiento
MOUs
para
have been
reforzar las
signed
consultas bilaterales
for
con
bilateral
Ecuador,
consultations
El
with
Salvador y
Ecuador,
Honduras.
El Salvador, and
En definitiva,
Honduras.
la cumbre
So
Unión Europea
basically,
CELAC ha
this
mostrado al mundo el
summit has
interés
shown
renovado
the
de Europa
world
por
the renewed
acercarse a la región
interest of Europe
latinoamericana y caribeña.
to the Latin
El
American
esfuerzo por unir a
region.
nuestras dos regiones en
These two
beneficio de las dos
regions need to be
partes
united to the
y de su
benefit of the
autonomía
two
estratégica
parties, and because of
no
the
se acaba
strategic
ni se agota con la
alliance. Well, that is
presidencia
not
española. Es una labor
going
a
to
largo
end
plazo
with
a
the
la que hay que
Spanish
aplicar un compromiso
presidency.
reforzado
It's a long-term
para evitar
initiative,
nuevas décadas perdidas.
and
Muchas
we
gracias.
need to make sure that we can catch up on many lost decades. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, secretario de Estado.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. Now we'll hear from the senior analyst at the Real Instituto Elcano, Mr. Malamud Ricles. The floor is yours, sir.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
verdadero placer estar aquí en
It's
esta
a real
reunión
pleasure to be
de la
here
COSAC,
at this COSAC meeting,
sobre todo en el marco de la quinta presidencia
especially
española
because
del
this is the
Consejo de la
fifth
Unión Europea.
Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union.
Y como en las cuatro oportunidades anteriores,
And like on
América
the
Latina
four
ocupa
previous occasions,
un lugar central
Latin America is
en
playing
la
a
agenda de la
central role
presidencia.
in the
Y
presidency's
a partir de
agenda.
aquí se insiste nuevamente en la
And once
importancia de
again,
las
we see the
relaciones
importance of
regionales.
this bi-regional
Las cuatro
relationship.
veces anteriores,
On the four previous occasions,
terminado el semestre español,
as the Spanish presidency
América
came to an
Latina, sin
end,
embargo, volvía a la casilla de salida
Latin
y
America
la prioridad europea
was once
por el
again
vínculo
a priority
biregional se
for
desvanecía.
the European Union because of these
vez
ties. And this
Parece que
time,
las cosas son algo distintas,
it seems that things have
básicamente a
shifted,
partir de dos hechos
and this is because of
fundamentales.
two fundamental facts.
Primero,
Firstly,
por la pandemia y sus efectos,
there was the pandemic
comenzando
and
por
its
la ruptura de
aftermath,
las cadenas globales de valor y
starting
abastecimiento
with the breakdown of
y
global
siguiendo en
value
todos
and
los
supply
temas
chains,
vinculados con las vacunas y la diplomacia
and
de
then
las vacunas.
also there was the question of
segundo,
vaccines and
por la
vaccine
invasión rusa de
diplomacy.
Ucrania
Secondly,
y su
there was the Russian
repercusión en Europa.
invasion of Ukraine and its
La
repercussions on
invasión
Europe.
mostró, por un lado,
This invasion
que somos
showed,
capaces,
firstly,
pese a
that we
todo,
are
pese a los
capable,
intentos desestabilizadores
despite
del
all
Kremlin,
efforts to the
por mantener la
contrary
unidad.
and the destabilizing
Pero por el
efforts
otro,
of the Kremlin, that we can
afloró
maintain our unity.
dramáticamente el aislamiento
But we've
europeo
also
frente al
seen
llamado sur global.
European isolation growing
Por
as
eso,
well, faced with
si Europa
what's
quiere
called the global
mantener su
south.
lugar en el mundo
Therefore,
y consolidar
if
su
Europe
autonomía
wants to
estratégica abierta,
maintain its place in the world
debe
and
renovar
consolidate its
o
strategic
reformular sus
autonomy,
alianzas.
it has to reformulate and
Y aquí,
renew these alliances.
América Latina es donde entra en escena.
And this is where Latin America
América
comes into
Latina
play.
fue definida por el ministro español de Relaciones
Latin America,
Exteriores,
as stated
Juan
by the
Manuel
Minister
Álvarez,
for External
como la
Affairs, Juan
región
Manuel
más
Álvarez,
eurocompatible
described
del
Latin
globo.
America as being the area of the world that is the
eso,
most compatible with
pese a su
Europe.
gran fragmentación
And this is despite
y a la intensa
its
presencia en la
fragmentation
región de
and
ciertos
the heavy
actores
presence in the region
regionales,
of a number of extra-regional
comenzando por China y
stakeholders,
Rusia,
starting with China
pero
and
sin
Russia,
olvidar tampoco
without
a
forgetting
otras potencias
others,
medianas,
other
mayores,
powers,
como Irán, como Turquía,
such as
como la
Iran,
India.
Turkey, or India.
Por supuesto, América Latina no es una
Of course, Latin America is not a homogeneous region. Europe isn't either, but that's a different story. The greatest achievement of the Spanish presidency, where Latin America is concerned, was the EU CELAC summit held in Europe. This was the first of its kind to be held in 8 years. And the most important development was that it opened up the process to continue to make progress when it comes to strengthening that relationship between Europe and Latin America. This is why, beyond the fragmentation of Latin America and the difficulty in achieving consensus on essential areas such as the international and regional agendas, the EU ought to be strengthening its ties with Latin America, which combines the bi-regional with the bilateral. We need to look beyond its limitations and contradictions, because CELAC is the only regional organization that we have that is more or less institutionalized, and that allows for seamless dialogue. This is why it's so essential to promote this EU CELAC bloc, to be active on the international stage. We have to be aware of the fact that the global economy cannot be built without Latin America. Its natural resources open up a window of opportunity, particularly given the global changes taking place in technology and energy and the close ties with the Global Gateway Programme. As we've heard, the continent has abundant commodities for the energy transformation and also for the construction of green and sustainable economies that we're so heavily involved in. Together with that, Latin America also possesses rich biodiversity. A number of countries in Latin America are strong producers of renewable energy, hydroelectric, wind energy, solar. The region has over 30% of freshwater supplies in the world. Also, abundant hours of sun and the capacity to generate green and grey hydrogen. It possesses 86% of the world's lithium reserves. The EU wants to look towards more sustainable sources of energy, and it has to do so together with Latin America. Europe is looking across the Atlantic. Due to the Ukrainian crisis, Brussels has been seeking energy alternatives in the region. And a number of member states have started to show renewed interest in the countries of Latin America. To underline this and to make the most of the opportunities offered by the Spanish presidency, the Elcano Institute has drawn up a report, Why Does Latin America Matter? Is the title. And this report aims to illustrate 4 very important aspects as to why Latin America is so important for our region. Firstly, Latin America has suffered economically. Secondly, Latin America is a political disaster. Thirdly, the EU and the United States have abandoned Latin America, allowing China to become the main stakeholder in the region. And fourthly, Spanish and European companies have been abandoning Latin America to move to more profitable areas of the world, and particularly with advancing economies. Beyond the need to make these comparisons with other emerging regions, I would just like to point out that Latin America is the only region in the world that is starting from democracy, is respecting human rights and developing its economies on that basis rather than authoritarianism. This is why we need to bring Latin America into the global conversation, because Latin America offers a number of global solutions to the problems of our time, such as the efforts to tackle climate change or to counter inflation. And whilst China does have a stronger presence there over the past 20 years, and this is as a result of China's own growth during this period of time. But there are areas, let's start with the investments made in human relationships, and that's where the relationship with the EU is much more important than with China. But we can't afford to be complacent. We have to insist upon the fact that Europe doesn't have to be present in Latin America as a counterweight to China's presence, but it has to be present in Latin America because it's interested in it, and it's interested in defending its own interests. There are other parts of this report that I would like to talk to you about as well. Firstly, there was the proposal to set up a Trade and Technology Council between the EU, Latin America and the Caribbean, and then there's also the association agreement as well between the EU and Mercosur. The proposal to set up this Trade and Technology Council, which is pragmatic and based on results, that should be a starting point for organizing these bi-regional relationships and seeking out strategic agreements faced with global challenges. It would be similar to what already exists with the United States and India, and it would seek cooperation on a diverse range of topics such as energy security, food security, water resources, health, digital governance, connectivity, supply chains, clean energy technologies, migration, crime, and cross-border terrorism. The Council, if set up, would be a milestone in the relationship between the EU and Latin America and would confirm its strategic commitments. Now, if the EU is looking to send out a strong signal to Latin America about the fact that we're interested in this bi-regional relationship, then we must sign the agreement with Mercosur without any further delay. That's a very geostrategic interest. For Latin America, it's crucial to reactivate its growth. But for the EU too, it also brings about the possibility to become a major regional player in Latin America. If signed, the EU would have free trade agreements covering 94% of Latin America's GDP, compared against 44% held by the EU and only 14% for China. And that would mean that it's the stakeholder with the largest presence and the deepest ties in the region. The agreement would serve as a springboard for greater integration between the EU and Latin America. It would be much more ambitious and deeper, and it would also create greater integration in Latin America. This would also be a way of interconnecting the FTA between the EU and Latin America. It would also promote standards, harmonization of legal processes, digital procedures, customs procedures. All of this would mean that there would be a smoother flow of goods and services across borders. This interconnection of the existing treaties and agreements would create an economic area covering more than 1.1 billion people with a GDP similar to that of the United States. Only in the domain of trade. In the domain of trade alone, flows between the EU and Latin America would increase by 70%, whereas intra-regional trade would increase in Latin America by 40%. All of this would have limited effects on trade with other areas. An association of this kind has enormous mutual benefits. The economies of the EU and Latin America are complementary. As I mentioned, Latin America has abundant natural resources, minerals, the capability of producing green energy and ecological food on a large scale. The EU can bring capital, technology, and know-how, which is essential in reactivating investment and growth in the region. However, if this agreement cannot be signed during this 6-month period, it might lead to greater difficulties in the next rotating presidencies, which will be held by Belgium, Hungary, Poland and Denmark. If we don't sign this agreement, we would be missing an opportunity, a strategic opportunity to come closer to Mercosur, and other trade blocs would see it as a negative signal. It might prevent other trade agreements from being signed, such as the one with Australia. We mustn't lose sight of that. Nor must we lose sight of what happened in 2006, after the breakdown of the negotiations with the Andean community, and the opening up of bilateral dialogue with Colombia and Peru, Ecuador later, which led to the signing of a multi-stakeholder treaty, which also promoted investments. And this could also lead to a potential breakdown in Mercosur overall. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, don Carlos Malamud. A continuación, palabras pedidas.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to the different requests for the floor. Mr. Dominic Ruiz de Mesa. Well, he's not here. Mr. José María Sánchez is not here either. So, Mr. Moitez-Hamen, you have the floor. I apologize. We're kind of short of time, so let us try and speak in a minute and a half, please.
Chers collègues, il devient de plus en plus évident que nous devons concentrer nos efforts
increasingly we realize we need to focus on managing the vulnerabilities to which Europe is exposed. The pandemic revealed the risk on focusing on certain limited supply chains. Now Ukraine has revealed still further our exposure. Certainly as far as energy and crucial raw materials are concerned. The European economy has held up quite well in the circumstances, but the current situation has a real impact in terms of purchasing power of households. And so in order to guarantee the provision of commodities are concerned, we really do need to make a special effort. These issues will be at the heart of the Belgian presidency, which will be trying to seek a balance between these different imperatives. We'll be looking to reindustrialization, diversification, strategic investment, the AI transition, the banking union, and research and innovation. Belgium will try to improve trade relations with its global partners, aiming to create a trade system which is international and fair. Then we also need to work on strengthening European resilience in a world in rapid development.
Alors, c'est nécessaire que se produisent les traductions.
Have we lost the translation?
À la cabine.
Yeah, everything okay? Can you?
Don Luis Jesús Uribe Echevarría Apalategui, por favor.
Mr. Jesús Echevarría Apalategui.
La autonomía o soberanía estratégica abierta tiene como propósito que la Unión Europea sea un actor geopolítico global efectivo. Desde la Unión Europea debemos ser capaces de definir en qué medida queremos y podemos ser un actor global geopolítico con peso que preserve y promueva nuestros principios y valores, como los derechos humanos, la democracia, la libertad, la seguridad y el progreso económico, social y medioambiental para nosotros y para el resto del mundo. Y debemos ser conscientes de que si no lo hacemos con determinación, Europa quedará relegada e impotente en este mundo en constante evolución, al albur de la rivalidad entre Estados Unidos y China. En esta línea resulta, desde mi punto de vista, imprescindible que la Unión Europea estreche lazos de todo tipo con América Latina y que considere a esa región del mundo como estratégica. Las dificultades económicas y la volatilidad política de los países de América Latina no debe llevar a Europa a desentenderse de América Latina, porque de lo contrario abriría y abre la puerta a que China se convierta, si no se ha convertido ya, en la potencia hegemónica de la zona. Existe una clara agregación económica entre las dos regiones y una verdadera alianza estratégica entre la Unión Europea y América Latina aportaría elementos fundamentales para avanzar precisamente en la soberanía estratégica abierta de la Unión Europea. Eskerrik asko, presidente.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
A continuación,
now I'd like to give the floor to representative of the Bundestag, Mr. Hofreiter. You have the floor, sir.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
Colleagues, we need to be grateful to Spain for all the efforts they've put into maintaining relations with Latin America. I think this is very precious in these difficult times. Clearly, even though democracies don't always agree with us, I mean, you can look at Brazil, for example, but I think it's absolutely vital we do all we can to reduce our dependency on China and Russia. You've got to recognize how difficult this can be if you think, for example, about rare commodities and other commodities. You also got to bear in mind the size of the market. So it does seem to except, even though we're not Spain, we need to recognize the importance of Latin America, and we need to put more energy into intensifying this relationship. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Plakiotakis from Greece.
Thank you, Chair. Many of us agree that, especially in light of the COVID crisis and the new energy crisis, but also the fact that we live, unfortunately, in a world increasingly shaped by geopolitical rivalry and instability, the resilience of our economies, the strengthening of our own key industries, and with that the need to avoid dependencies that make us vulnerable, have rightly become priorities for the EU. Strategic autonomy may also need to intensify our relations with Latin America and indeed with the Global South more generally. But the purpose here indeed should be to protect our interests and values and increase the resilience of the European economy as a sustainable and fair economy. And in this respect, there are grave concerns in many national parliaments, not least within the Dutch Parliament, regarding the proposed EU treaty with Mercosur. We know that, especially in agriculture, the standards in Mercosur countries are considerably lower than in the EU, and this would lead to an enormous increase in unfair competition for European farmers, and indeed would threaten those higher standards that we have in EU agriculture. There are also concerns about food security and the fate of the Amazon, as we need to protect our farmers from unfair outside competition. A significant majority of the Dutch Parliament is opposed to an EU-Mercosur agreement, and certainly one that would include agriculture. This would in fact not strengthen our strategic autonomy, but rather create new vulnerabilities for both farmers and citizens. I look forward to the response by the speakers who clearly have a different view on this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra don Bastian van Apeldoorn. Mr. Bastian van Apeldoorn has the floor. Perdón, sí. Don Jorge Busadé, del Parlamento apologize, Mr. Busadé.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente, y muchas gracias
a
los dos ponentes que han intervenido. Sin embargo, si me permiten alguna consideración, creo que ha dado la sensación de que estamos viendo a Iberoamérica como algo a depredar. Y yo creo que los españoles tenemos la responsabilidad histórica de explicar al resto de las naciones europeas que España no se puede entender sin las naciones iberoamericanas,
Latin American countries. The same is true for Portugal. They're part of our history and of our very nature. So you cannot see the Latin American continent as something that we need to try and exploit as a new form of capitalist colonization. I missed a reference on the Sao Paulo Forum and the Puebla Group, two international groups
y la desestabilización de los sistemas democráticos. Ni una sola referencia a Cuba, ni una sola referencia a Venezuela, una mínima referencia a Nicaragua y también, por ejemplo, la situación de presos políticos en el Brasil de Lula. Hace esta misma semana ha muerto Clériston Pereira de Cunha, un periodista encarcelado por motivos políticos por el gobierno de Lula, y existen periodistas encarcelados y otros en el exilio, así como el riesgo para los derechos fundamentales en la Colombia de Petro. Yo creo
of Colombia as well. We need to take these questions seriously in our multilateral and bilateral agreements. It is also true you talked about Taiwan, but how many countries have recognized Taiwan as a state? If we want to fight the Chinese Communist Party and the influence of this party, we need to act, and we can't ask others to do this. Not a single reference to narco-terrorism. The drug trafficking in Latin America, which is undermining democracy in many countries, and the influence of Iran, the Republic of Iran. And may I call upon something which is very important, that is to defend democracy in the Dominican Republic, which is influenced by Haiti, which is a failed state because of narco-terrorism. Thank you. Thank you. From Ireland, Mr. Murtry.
I am very glad to be taking part in this debate. I'm afraid the line is cutting. The Spanish Presidency has done a very good job in hosting this COSAC, and thank you very much for all your hard work. I agree with a lot of what was said here, but I am sure that the European Union has to support a ceasefire in Gaza and really make an effort to ensure the freedom of Palestine and peace in Israel.
Much of Latin America has suffered under failed US policy. I believe much of this policy has failed not only Latin America, but has also failed the United States. I would like to think that our relationship with Latin America would be on the basis of cooperation, on the basis of fairness, and on the basis of rule of law. And that also relates to trade deals. And there are huge issues in relation to Mercosur. If we are going to talk about strategic autonomy, and obviously we must, following the Ukrainian crisis and COVID, whether we're talking about in the energy field or whether we're talking in relation to materials for the tech sector, we need to ensure that we have this sort of strategic autonomy, but we cannot revert to what is old-style protectionism. That won't work. As I say, it has to be fairness across the board.
Thank you so much. From Slovakia, Mr. Ferinkat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the floor. Slovakia is an open and pro-export-oriented economy, and it supports all business, economic, diplomatic and political activities which are aimed at creating a comprehensive, balanced and far-sighted approach with the aim of ensuring open strategic autonomy and the EU's global leadership by 2030. Our shared role in this context, including in cooperation with our strategic and like-minded partners, including our partners from the Latin American and Caribbean region, is to strengthen and protect the rules-based international order and prevent the economic and political fragmentation of the world. The EU and its member states must continue to build a more competitive, circular and resilient economic base that is ready for a fair, green and digital transition, while taking advantage of open trade and investment opportunities and remaining socially inclusive. For Slovakia, in the context of the open strategic autonomy of the EU, it is key that we expand and enlarge the EU. From our perspective, it is therefore important to provide the countries in our neighborhood, Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, but also the countries of the Western Balkans, that is Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia and Albania, with a European perspective and support these countries in their integration process. EU enlargement is a strategic investment in peace, security, stability and prosperity. It is one of the most important elements that support the open strategic autonomy of the EU. Thank you.
Muchas gracias desde la Cámara de Diputados
Thank you.
italiana.
From the Italian Parliament, Mr. Alessandro Giglio.
Grazie Presidente.
Thank you, Chairman.
La cybersecurity, necessità di creare
Cybersecurity
uno spazio comune
and the need to create
europeo
a
per
common
difenderci dai
European area
cyberattacchi che
to
spesso
fight against cyber
arrivano
attacks,
da
which often come
Oriente,
from the
guerra
East.
ibrida e
Hybrid
quindi
wars,
per l'Europa
and for Europe,
la
the
necessità
need
di creare
to
uno spazio che
create
sia
an
più
area
grande
which is as
possibile,
large
più
as possible
sicuro possibile,
and as safe
aiutare
as possible.
le difese digitali,
We need
perché oggi
to
con gli attacchi
increase
digitali si
our
può
defense,
fare veramente
because through
molto
hybrid
male
attacks
al
you can
nostro
damage
continente.
our continent very
Dopo esserci
seriously.
liberati dal
Having
gas russo,
managed
esserci quasi
to stop
liberati
using
dal
gas,
gas russo, non
Russian
dobbiamo cadere
gas, or
nell'errore
almost
di
stopped
diventare
using it,
dipendenti
let us
dal
not become
litio
dependent
cinese.
on Chinese lithium.
Per questo
That is the
il
reason why
regolamento
the
auto elettriche è sbagliato.
electric
La via
car
è quella della
regulation
neutralità
is wrong.
tecnologica per
It's
mettere gli
technological
stati di
neutrality
percorrere
that we
una
need so
propria
that
via
member
alle
states
nuove
can take
tecnologie,
their
anche
own
quando si parla
decisions
di
on new
transizione
technologies.
verde.
Even if you
Tornare ad
talk
essere
about
un
green
continente di
transition,
produzione
we want to
guardando
be a continent that
geopoliticamente
produces
ad ovest.
with
Anche per
looking
l'Italia
west,
il Sud America è
geopolitically
un
speaking.
tema
So for
importante,
Italy, Latin
certo,
America
non
is
come
important,
per la
not
Spagna, ma l'Italia
as important
ha
as for Spain,
una
but
quantità
Italy does
enorme,
have a very
milioni
large
di
number of Italian
in Sud America. Per noi un mercato
people living
importantissimo, ma
in
anche
Latin
un
America.
luogo
It is an important
dell'affetto,
area.
un
It's a
luogo in
place
cui i nostri
where
connazionali
our
sono andati a
co-nationals
cercare fortuna quando
went
in
in
Italia
search
questa fortuna
of
non c'era e a
work
cercare lavoro
when
e
this was
hanno
not available in
creato
Italy.
insieme
And
alle
together
popolazioni
they have
ispaniche quello che oggi è
built,
il
together
Sud
with the
America. Mi
Hispanic
riferisco all'Argentina,
populations, I'm
all'Uruguay,
talking
al
about
Paraguay
Argentina,
ed altri
Uruguay,
paesi.
Paraguay,
Quindi
and other
l'Italia
countries.
guarda
So also
assolutamente
Italy
con interesse
looks
a quel mondo
with
che è un
great
mondo
interest
che in parte parla
at
anche
this
italiano.
continent where
Grazie, Presidente,
Italian
grazie
is
a
also
tutti.
spoken. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you
Desde
so
el Senado
much.
belga,
From the
doña
Belgian
Latifa
Senate, Mrs.
Gauci tiene la
Latifa
palabra.
Gauci, you have the floor.
Merci, Président. Nous sommes ici réunis non pas seulement en
Thank you.
tant que représentants de nations de
We're not
santé,
just
mais en tant que
representing our
gardiens d'une
countries
idée,
here, but we're trying to
celle d'une Europe
be the guardians
unie,
of an
forte
idea.
et libre.
That is
Une
a
Europe
happy,
qui
strong,
protège,
free Europe.
qui
A
innove,
Europe which
qui
protects,
rayonne.
which
Une
innovates,
Europe qui ne
which
subit pas l'histoire,
radiates,
mais
which
qui la
doesn't just
façonne avec audace
bend
et
to the
bienveillance.
whims of history, but
Dans un
has
monde où les crises
agency
multidimensionnelles
in a
se multiplient et où
multi-dimensional
les grands
world
enjeux
with growing
géopolitiques
crises, with
redéfinissent
geopolitical
constamment les
issues
équilibres,
developing.
notre union doit
It's
faire preuve
absolutely vital that our
d'ambition et de
union
résilience.
demonstrates a high level of
Dans cette
ambition
équation,
and resilience.
l'importance d'une
So
autonomie stratégique
here,
pour l'Europe, pour l'Union européenne, résonne
a
avec
strategic
évidence.
autonomy
Notre
is a
objectif
self-evident
est clair,
need. The
bâtir
objective is
une Europe
clear. Create
autonome,
an
capable de
autonomous
protéger
Europe
ses citoyens
able to
et de
protect
préserver son
its
avenir.
citizens and to
Cela nécessite de
guarantee its
renforcer
own
notre indépendance
future.
dans les domaines
So we
clés
need to be
comme
more
la
independent in
santé,
key areas like
l'alimentation,
health,
l'énergie et
food,
la technologie.
energy,
Nous devons
technology.
garantir que nos systèmes
We need to make sure
sanitaires
that
et
our
alimentaires ne
health
sont pas
and
seulement
food
durables,
systems are
mais
not just
également
sustainable,
résistants aux chocs futurs.
but
L'autonomie stratégique de
future-proofed.
l'Europe, c'est
Also,
assurer notre
our
sécurité,
strategy must
soutenir
be to
notre
guarantee our
prospérité
safety,
et affirmer
support our
notre place dans le
prosperity,
monde.
and
Face
affirm our
à
place in the
l'adversité,
world.
nous
Given
choisissons l'ambition
all the
et la
adversities, we are
coopération
going
pour
for an
une
ambitious
Europe
approach,
et
of
influente.
strong and
C'est notre
influential
mission pour
Europe.
aujourd'hui,
That's
mais
our
aussi pour
mission
demain.
today
Je vous remercie.
and for tomorrow. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Alors, desde France, desde le Sénat.
Thank you so much. So
Didier
from
Marie.
France, Mr. Didier
Merci,
Marie.
Monsieur le Président. La pandémie de la
Thank you.
COVID-19, la guerre en Ukraine, la stratégie
COVID
agressive de
and
la Chine
Ukraine
et l'incertitude
and
des orientations
China
américaines ont
and
radicalement changé
uncertainty
le
about
contexte dans lequel évolue l'Union
US
européenne
policy has
et nous ont
changed
conduit à sortir d'une forme
the
de
condition of the world.
Nous avons enfin réalisé qu'il fallait réduire nos vulnérabilités.
Finally, we've realized we
assurer
need to
notre
reduce
sécurité et
our
notre
vulnerability
compétitivité à long terme,
and guarantee
en
our
diversifiant nos sources
security
d'approvisionnement,
and
en
competitivity
particulier pour
long
mener
time
les
by
transitions
guaranteeing
climatiques et
supplies allies in order to bring out this digital change and environmental change. I think Chile is the country with whom we can have an agreement because it guarantees democracy. Mercosur obviously is a bit more controversial. I know there is a political background, but a brief timetable should not mean we make unreasonable concessions. We need to make sure that the social and environmental considerations are properly taken into account. An agreement needs to be fair, not least on agriculture, and there's the whole question of public procurement markets too. I don't think we're quite ready to conclude an agreement on Mercosur for all these reasons. This trade agreement will be subject to ratification of the parliaments of the 27. We think that ratification by national parliaments is a democratic guarantee of the acceptability for our populations.
Thank you. From the Italian Senate, Mrs. Cinzia Pellegrino. Thank you so much. Colleagues, open strategic autonomy needs to be opened with a set of regulations which promotes competitiveness and innovation. And we need to promote open trade policies, which allows us to diversify supplies and exports. Latin American countries for us Europeans are important, and for Italians as well, whereas they're strategically important. And we need to look at this over a long-term period. The Italian Senate is working on trade policies, particularly focusing on partnerships where we have very close ties and common values. The trade agreement with Mercosur is strategic. It's very important, and we need to create new alliances based on freedom, democracy, cooperation, fair cooperation, not predatory cooperation. And we need to protect these countries from China, because China already has trade agreements with these countries. So the Mercosur agreement needs to be signed as soon as possible. And on China, a final important point is the overcapacity of Chinese electric vehicles, which distort our markets. So the European Commission has started an investigation on the electric vehicles produced in China. So it is indispensable to move in this direction, and we need to promote the EU standards on imports from China. Thank you. Thank you. And now from the Portuguese Assembly, Mr. Bruno Nunes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The actual political landscape, I think, determines this opportunity we're facing here. We need to look at this as potential unfair competition in the European market. If we look at some of the Latin American regimes, namely Venezuela, we're talking about totalitarian and dictatorial regimes. We cannot go along with this. We cannot enter into any agreement with those. This Mercosur agreement may reap some benefits, but at the same time can create a survival issue for some European countries. We have to compete with low wages, low quality, which can ultimately have more wage dumping in Europe and put workers in harm's way. So we cannot allow this. We cannot have this unbridled race to the bottom in Europe. So the current Mercosur chair, he said that all Mercosur countries would support Ukraine. That's not true. Supporters for Lula is facing criticism in his own country. They're calling him out as a thief. He didn't support Putin. He did support Putin. So they're not reliable to have this for us to develop a sort of strategic autonomy. So I think all in all, we're just cutting our ties with some other people, not being so dependent on them, but depending on other people as well. So thank you very much.
Cristian Vigenin tiene la palabra.
Channel again.
President, dear colleagues, I would like to thank our Spanish colleagues for the excellent organization of the conference. Muchas gracias. Congratulations to Spain, which despite the internal political difficulties, succeeded to improve and to promote and fulfill an ambitious agenda for its presidency. I'm particularly interested in the efforts to develop the idea of an open strategic autonomy of the EU. I see it as a strategy to create the conditions for independence of the EU, although relative in today's interdependent world. And in that sense, building closer relations with Latin America and the Caribbean is the right and timely step as an important element of these efforts. Bulgaria is ready to contribute with its traditional ties with some of the countries in the region. The Spanish presidency carefully upgraded the existing policy framework. Priorities set up in the security and defense field are welcomed by Bulgaria. The current conflicts, especially the war of Russia against Ukraine, revealed our weaknesses. No question that we must stick together within NATO as our defense shield. At the same time, we need to speed up the development of our own capabilities, military production bases, expand the joint forces, and broaden their tasks. The European Union will never achieve the necessary level of autonomy at global level if we remain totally dependent on our transatlantic partners for our defense. We also appreciate the fact that Spain focused on the resilience and sustainability of the EU economy. For Bulgaria, there are two key elements here: to preserve the integrity of the internal market and to strengthen our economic base by developing the industrial capacity. So fostering the development of strategic industries and technologies, combined with widening and diversification of trade relations, especially with Latin America, finally looks like a real plan, and we insisted to be implemented in practice without further delays and hesitation. Thank you.
Gracias. Gracias también por sus palabras de felicitación.
Thank you for your words of congratulations as well. So from Romania, Vlad Mircea, you have the floor.
Ačiū, ponia pirmininkė. Lietuva pritarė tvarios strateginės autonomijos tikslams.
Thank you. Lithuania supports the objectives of open strategic autonomy, including strengthening the EU economy. We need to foster respect for democracy, to develop free trade and transatlantic cooperation. It is essential to continue our strong and effective support to Ukraine to reduce the economic risks associated with China and to hold Russia accountable. Lithuania welcomes the renewal of the EU-LAC partnership in various areas. We believe that the EU needs to make more intensive actions to address global challenges and strengthen the rules-based international system with the overarching goal of promoting peace, security, and democracy. And we need to increase the resistance to misinformation of our region. However, we need to be careful not to encourage further ambitions in relation to the various Latin American and Caribbean initiatives, particularly those that advocate a peace agreement at the expense of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and violate the UN Charter. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Si no están equivocados porque había...
Thank you very much. Unless I'm mistaken, we've had to turn away a few speakers. There were a few people on the list. But now we'll hear from the Croatian representative, Marko Pavic.
¿No está? Vale, pues
He's not here? Okay. In that case, we will jump to the representative of Turkey, Mr. Kayaturk.
Buran Kayaturk.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, we are glad to say that we have come a long way in our relations with Latin America and the Caribbean, a region that clearly assumes an increasingly important role on the global stage. We have political consultation mechanisms established with 18 countries from the LAC. To conclude, in the light of our deep-rooted relations and long history with both EU and the LAC region, cooperation and deeper engagement with Turkey would have a multiplier effect in achieving European global leadership and autonomy. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I have seen the draft of final conclusion. Unfortunately, the matter written about Israel and Palestinians is unjust. The act of parliaments and the leaders of Europe is not appreciated by the people of Europe. The people of Europe are in the streets. They are not against the killings of Israel alone. They are against the act and the support of Western leaders to the Israeli killings. The people of Europe and the history will never accept it, never forgive this act. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor Kayatur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kayatur. Also from Turkey, Ismail Emre Karayel. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. During the meeting, most of our colleagues and experts mentioned about enlargement, but unfortunately, nobody mentioned about Turkey. Not mentioning about Turkey when we are talking about enlargement is a strategic mistake. Here, we talk about Latin America and Caribbeans, and also we talk about enlargement related to Georgia and Ukraine. These are very welcomed by us, by Turkey, but we do not understand, we cannot understand the approach EU have against Turkey. Thanks a lot. In ongoing turbulent era, marked with rapid political change and transformation, major global challenges including energy supply and food security, climate change and threat of terrorism, irregular migration, and Islamophobia and xenophobia have once again demonstrated the fragility of current system. Against the backdrop of this rapid transforming international environment where new ways of cooperation methods are being sought globally, Turkey also maintains its position as a key regional and global actor by aiming at developing strong ties with many countries in every corner of the world. Israel's indiscriminate attacks on civilians must end. Furthermore, perpetrators of the war crimes committed must be held liable before international courts. We should also focus on fixing the root causes of the Israel-Palestine conflict, namely the continuation of the occupation. Lasting and just solution of the conflict can be achieved only through the embodiment of an independent, sovereign, and geographically continuous state of Palestine on 1967 borders with Jerusalem as its capital. Thank you.
Gracias, señor Karayel. Desde Suecia, don Magnus.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Tack, medordförande.
Yes, thank you. Russia, Iran and China don't respect the rule of law at a global level.
Le acercan un micrófono. A ver, inténtelo otra vez.
Okay.
Sí, un momentito le van a acercar un micrófono. Gracias.
This world, we need to protect the world order for future generations. Ukraine must win this war. We need to stand by Ukraine. also, quite clearly, Hamas has attacked innocent civilians just across the border from Gaza. But you can see with your own eyes, the destruction which has brought about, and you can see just how shocked an individual was when he discovered that his wife and children had been kidnapped. It's quite clear, though, that the EU needs greater strategic autonomy. That we're not going to achieve by cutting the transatlantic link. We need to reinforce this, as also to links with Africa, Asia, and Latin America, because it's possible for Brazil and India to end on the wrong side of history. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Mr. Jose Maria Sanchez? No. He has withdrawn his request for the floor. But if you would like the floor.
Es que he llegado unos minutos tarde y no podía permanecer más.
I do apologize, I arrived a little late. Thank you so much, Chairman. Well, in this session, I actually listened to the Secretary of State and to the representative of the Instituto del Gano. I think the word that I've heard is summit, summit, summit. So obviously, 15 times I heard the word summit. So people, what they are interested in
latinoamericano, Unión Europea en materia tecnológica, dice que sea pragmático y ejecutivo. Bueno, pues esta referencia a esas cumbres, que muchas veces no lo son, pone de manifiesto que quizá no sea la iniciativa más adecuada. He observado contradicciones internas en las dos ponencias. Tenemos que tener en cuenta que en España gobierna una coalición en la que uno de sus miembros es un partido comunista o una formación comunista que sigue justificando el fenómeno de Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, también Brasil, porque Lula no deja de ser un marxista que vuelve al poder después de unos cuantos avatares, y que además ha apoyado la llegada al poder de presidentes como el de Colombia o el de Chile. En estas condiciones, ¿cómo se puede postular lo que se ha dicho en ambas ponencias? ¿Cómo se puede converger para esa prosperidad, esa cooperación, cuando al mismo tiempo se está apoyando a gobiernos que no son gobiernos democráticos y que por lo tanto no comparten aquello que representa la Unión Europea? Pues es muy complicado, por no decir imposible. Pocos progresos en Mercosur. Nosotros tenemos que tener una postura muy matizada porque creemos que cualquier acuerdo de libre comercio tiene siempre que salvar la preferencia comunitaria y por lo tanto, aunque sean nuestros hermanos, consideramos que deben prevalecer los intereses de la economía española, en este caso principalmente la agricultura. Y nada más porque es muy tarde, me han dado la intervención o mi turno fuera de tiempo y de nuevo muchas gracias.
I do apologize. It is a tiny bit late and I do apologize for having arrived late.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. Would you like to take the floor from where you're sitting, or would you like to come up to the speaker?
Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you. The only thing I'd like to do at this stage is to thank you for all your statements, because I think what we've seen here today is the importance of having an open strategic autonomy and to count on Latin America. To have this open strategic autonomy is to strengthen ties with those who have common aspirations. And I think we will always say that Latin America wants to live in democracy and respect of human rights, the separation of power and the protection of individuals vis-à-vis reason of state. Therefore, in all our efforts, in all our cooperation programs, we talk about the strengthening of institutions in Latin America, because that is what is needed. Today, it does not suffice to say that there are only a few dictatorships. We need to talk that wherever the votes are cast, we need to get prosecutors' offices. We need to have a strong rule of law to support this democratic institutions. But Latin America wants democracy, wants prosperity too, and Europeans need to make an effort here to make sure that this strategic autonomy is not exclusively something on immediate economic gain and the purchasing of raw materials under good conditions. We also need to talk about those things that we have that we believe are good for us. We want to be formality, legal work. We want to be sure that there can be pensions paid, that we can get unemployment benefits. And Latin America has had a third of the number of deaths caused by COVID if it only has 8% of world population. So we do need to make this effort very flexibly, not only with cooperation and help and aid, but also to make sure that investment and trade is something that multiplies this prosperity and creates jobs. And also we need to understand that one of the aspirations of Latin America is not to leave their countries, is not to have to immigrate and to see all those people crossing Central America causing such distress and frustration because they cannot live in the country where they were born because of lack of jobs. So let us remember that our work to come closer in this strategic autonomy is to help Latin America to have a de facto situation similar to the one that we have here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. I now give the floor to Mr. Carlos Malamud, who is the senior analyst at the Real Instituto Elcano. Thank you very much. Just very quickly, I'd like to focus on 3 points. Firstly, on the agreement with Mercosur. Throughout the debate, we've seen how there's been serious resistance and protectionism that has been on the rise because of this treaty that has been negotiated for over 20 years. There's been resistance on both sides of the Atlantic. It's not only Europe that has been demonstrating this type of resistance. We've seen it in Mercosur as well. But in Europe, we're working on the basis of a false premise. The majority of these concepts are false. Let's start, for example, with the nature of agriculture in Mercosur. Mercosur produces the majority of the cereals that Europe buys, and the agriculture of Mercosur, cereal growing in Mercosur, is very efficient in the use of technology and digitalization. There isn't unfair competition here. There is fair competition. What happens is that when it comes to growing cereals, they're much more efficient in Latin America than they are in Europe. And if we're going to talk about free trade, then we also have to talk about freedom when it comes to competition as well. This also has to do with the development and the illegal production of wood as well. And that is also happening on the other side of our borders. Mercosur is not the only producer of dairy products and meat that we have links with. So what will happen to other producers? Do you think are we closing the doors in the same way that we've closed the doors to Mercosur? The question begs, how many Europeans will benefit from this agreement with Mercosur? We mustn't forget that we've been negotiating this agreement for over 20 years now. And the topics are about welfare, etc., are there, yes. But also, it's mainly a question of protectionist trends that we're seeing flourishing once more. The problem isn't here the cost or the price that has to be paid because of this agreement, but the prices that we should all be thinking about the price of not having this agreement. Point number 2, China. China has had a major trade presence in Latin America, mainly in South America rather than Central America and Mexico. And there's areas such as investments, financing, etc., sale of ammunition, etc. And then there's also the question of students and migration. Finally, Latin America is not just an area to be plundered. It's a region that we have relationships with across the board. And as we've seen, these are very close relationships. Finally, I'd just like to remind you that Latin America is not Europe. Latin America is Latin America. There are many points that we have in common, as we've heard about here, that this is the region of the world that is the most compatible with Europe. We have culture, history, language, religion, etc. There are many things that we have in common, stronger contact between people, families, and individuals, but that's a different story. Despite the close ties that Spain has with Latin America, we mustn't forget that the countries in Latin America are independent, have become or became independent from Portugal and Spain, and this must be borne in mind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Malamud. With that, we have concluded the 5th session on open strategic autonomy and relations with Latin America, and now we are going to adopt the contribution and conclusions of the 70th COSAC. Thank you very much for your dedication. Thank you very much for your cooperation as well. We're very grateful. Now we move on to the next and final item on the agenda, and that is the adoption of the contribution and conclusions of the 70th COSAC. We're talking about adopting a text, and the President adopted the text yesterday at the end of the day. And I would just like to ask at this point, can we agree upon this by consensus? Does anyone have any comments to make on the contribution, or can we approve it by applause? In that case, it is considered approved. Congratulations to everyone involved.
Procedemos también a ratificar al señor
Also, there's Mr. Jakov Chauvet, who is now the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat. Congratulations to him, to Mr. Chauvet, and our sincere gratitude to Mr. Bruno Pinheiro for all the work that he's been doing over this time within the permanent Secretariat.
Para finalizar,
and to conclude, just a few brief words from the President of the Belgian Parliament, Ms. Atelier, and then also President of the Committee for European Affairs, who will also be chairing the next COSAC, Mr. Van Zenhuizen. The floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd very much like to thank our Spanish hosts, Susana and Ignacio, and their whole team. I'd like to thank them for the excellent organization of this event. Our meeting has been of a very high quality. We've very much appreciated the various contributions and the very interesting exchanges of views which we've had. It's always something of a special event when these specialized parliamentary committees get together from the various member states, together with a delegation from the European Parliament. It gives us the opportunity to discuss, exchange views, listen to different arguments. I mean, we don't always agree on everything, but I think our dialogue is very much at the heart of our activity, which is the guarantee of democracy itself. Belgium will be taking up the flame from Spain of the presidency of the European Union. As far as parliaments are concerned, our first meeting will be the 14th and 15th of January 2024, so it's quite soon. So we're going to have to get down to it quite quickly. It'll be in Namur, which is my hometown. It's the capital of Wallonia. Like Spain, we've tried to organize a number of interparliamentary meetings in the national capital, which is Brussels, of course, but also in different cities in the country. It will give delegations the opportunity to discover other cities in Belgium, but also bring Europe closer to its citizens. Obviously, we'll be focusing, for example, on social rights and the future of the European Union. After exchange of views on the priorities of the presidency, we'll have the opportunity of talking about the pillar of social rights, the organization of which is a shared responsibility between the European Union and individual member states as regards our program for 2030. And we'll be looking then at the future of Europe in general, and then looking beyond the elections of June 24. How will Europe work if there are new members between now and the end of the decade? Obviously, the way we organize that will involve questions of sustainability, effectiveness of institutions. So with Gaëtan Van Hotsenova, we're very, very pleased to be able to welcome you to continue our work together, nourish this parliamentary activity. There may be snow, but we'll certainly be welcoming you most warmly.
Chère Susanna, cher José Ignacio, chers collègues, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous remercier pour cette réunion de la COSAC, hautement intéressante. Comme les présidences qui vous ont précédé, vous avez mis la barre très haute. Nous tâcherons d'en faire de même lors de notre présidence. D'annoncer évidemment la 71e réunion.
Well, I'll be able to announce our 71st COSAC meeting, which will be the 24th to the 26th. The meeting will be halfway through the Belgian presidency. But the thing is, we've got elections in Belgium. We've got the European elections, which is why we've had to organize it so quickly. We obviously attach a lot of importance to the European Union. We will have the honor of welcoming you to the European Parliament in Brussels, because our Parliament isn't big enough. So this will be the first COSAC in the European Parliament, but of course we've been working with the European Parliament all along. We'll be welcoming Madame Metsola and all the other members of parliaments here today. Our first session will be given over to the balance sheet of the mandate and the new strategic program. So we'll be looking very much to the future. Then we want to explore gender policy and the representation of women in Parliament. This is something which we attach a lot of importance to. We've got two lady chairpersons in the Senate, and my colleague who just spoke, who chairs the Chamber of Representatives, which I think is a very special event in many ways. As far as possible, we'll be seeking to give special attention to a balanced selection of speakers and experts. The next session will be given over to the open strategic autonomy, focusing on competitivity and resilience. This question has been very much at the top of the agenda for a good while now, and will obviously remain so for the time to come. we'll be looking at the future of democracy and the rule of law. We've seen recently that some countries have moved to the political extremes, which raises a number of issues. What is the future of democracy? Is the rule of law in danger? Together we can try and find answers to those questions. We'll be welcoming you to Brussels, the capital of Europe, for the COSAC meeting and other meetings. During this presidency, we're wishing you a very happy Christmas. See you soon.
Muchas gracias a los colegas
Thank you very much to our Belgian colleagues.
Antes de pasar a la sesión de clausura,
Before we move to the closing session,
decirles que, bueno, una cuestión
we would just like to say, well, firstly, there's a point about logistics that we'd like to make. Before we go to lunch, please do pick up your belongings or all of your coats, etc. Take them from the room, because after that, this room will be closed. The room is going to be closed at 2 o'clock, so that's the logistical point. And also, I'd like to ask you to stay in your seats, because now we're going to hear from the President of the Congress of the Deputies, Francina Armengol, who will be closing this session in just a few minutes' time. And then we will close the session officially. Thank you very much.
Queridas, ¿se escucha? Queridas parlamentarias, queridos colegas.
Honourable members of Parliament, colleagues, friends, this brings us to our conclusion, the 3 days of debates, agreements, and we have really been focusing on many issues, and we have taken some very serious decisions.
a la gente de nuestros países. Trabajamos en los parlamentos, en las casas de todos, en el templo de la palabra.
In the home that belongs to all of us, and we give this
Cuando
a
desde nuestros
different
parlamentos
stamp.
nacionales
From
visitamos
national
otros países,
we
acogemos
visit
a
other
delegaciones
countries and
extranjeras
we
cuando nos
welcome and
visitan
host
con
foreign
nuestra actitud, con
delegations.
nuestro trabajo.
We
Eso es tan importante. Y la
thank them
delegación
and
española,
host them.
estamos muy
And
agradecida,
the
hablo
Spanish
en nombre de
delegation, and I
todos
do
mis
speak on
colegas,
behalf of all of my
de
colleagues.
todos el buen recibir que nos han dado allá donde hemos ido,
Thank you so
los
much
países
for
que
the
hemos
way you have
visitado y los
welcomed us in the
parlamentos en
many
los que
countries
nos hemos
which we have
reunido
visited and the
en la
parliaments in
preparación de
which
la
we
presidencia
have
española.
met
Ha
under
sido
the
un honor
Spanish
también
presidency. It has
recibirles
also
en
been an
nuestro
honor
país.
to
No ha
welcome you
podido
here
ser en el
in Spain.
Parlamento porque
It was
hoy
not
mismo
possible
tenemos
in the
pleno esta
Parliament
tarde a las
because this
3
afternoon at 3
y estamos
we
muy
have a plenary
orgullosos
session
de la
and we're very
presidencia que está
proud
a punto de
of
terminar.
this
Ha sido una
presidency which
presidencia
is
en
about
un
to
momento
conclude.
convulso,
It's been in a
en
very
unas
difficult
circunstancias europeas que nunca hubiésemos podido imaginar,
times,
con una
under
guerra
very
que
difficult
todavía sigue
situations with a
adelante.
war
Y
that
nosotros hemos
continues.
mostrado estos
And
3 días
these
nuestro
3
apoyo y
days
nuestro
we have
soporte
shown our support
cerrado a
and our
Ucrania. Somos
wholehearted
parlamentarios, os
support to
decía,
Ukraine.
queridos colegas, pisamos tierra,
Colleagues,
hablamos
we
con la
talk
gente,
to
nos tomamos
people,
café
we
en el
drink
bar del
a
barrio
coffee
o
in a
en
bar
el del
just round the
pueblo.
corner or in a village
Ponemos gasolina en
close to
nuestros
our
vehículos en
home.
las
We
gasolineras de
put
nuestras ciudades, conocemos al
petrol in our
gasolinero
cars.
y
We
día a
know
día
the
nos
person who helps us in
encontramos con
the
personas
petrol
que nos
station.
piden que
And day
trabajemos
after
por
day,
hacer la
we
vida
talk to
mejor a la
people
gente.
who ask
Que
us
trabajemos
to
por más
to improve
democracia,
their
que
lives.
trabajemos por
We
un
work
mundo
for more
mejor y que
democracy,
lleguemos
for
a
a better
acuerdos,
world,
como lo
and
que hemos
to
hecho
reach
estos días, como
agreements,
lo
which
que
is what
hicimos
we've
ayer por
done
la tarde.
this
Hagámoslo.
yesterday
Trabajemos por una
afternoon.
Unión
Let us
Europea
work for
más
a European
competitiva, más
Union which is
social,
more
más verde.
competitive,
Tenemos muchos
greener,
retos
more
por delante.
social. Many
Tenemos que
challenges
trabajar
face
unidos,
us.
trabajemos
We need to
juntos y
work
conseguiremos
jointly,
sin duda
and we
una Unión
will
Europea
achieve a
más
European
fuerte y
Union
más
which
unida.
is stronger
Muchas
and
gracias
more
a todos
united.
ustedes y no
Thank
podemos
you.
terminar
Thank
sin
you
darle
to
las
all of you,
gracias
and we
a todas
need
las
to
personas que
thank
nos han ayudado
everyone that has
para que
helped
esto
us
sea
to
posible.
make sure that
Al
this was
personal de los
possible,
parlamentos
to the
nacionales,
staff of the
al
national
personal
parliaments,
de los a los
to
traductores,
the
al personal de
interpreters,
apoyo, de imagen, de
to
sonido,
the
los
people
periodistas,
working on
por supuesto,
communication, on
también a las
image, on
fuerzas y
sound, on
cuerpos
audio,
de seguridad del
the
Estado que han
security
vigilado por nuestra
forces
seguridad.
who have
Así que muchas
protected
gracias
us,
a todos
and
ustedes, bienvenidos,
thank
feliz
you
vuelta
so
a casa
much,
y
and
les dejo con
I
la
wish you
presidenta
a
del
very
Congreso
happy
y
trip
presidenta de la
home, and I
Comisión
leave you
Mixta
with
para
the
la Unión
Speaker
Europea como
of,
establece la
the
ley que creó la
Spanish
Comisión
Parliament.
aquí en España.
And,
Muchas gracias con todos
Thank
ustedes,
you
Francina
so
Armengol,
much,
nuestra
Mrs.
presidenta.
Francina Armengol.
Muchísimas gracias, Susana, José Ignacio,
Susana,
Landaluce, los dos letrados que nos acompañan en la mesa, queridos presidentes de comisión, jefes de delegación y resto de miembros de las delegaciones parlamentarias, señores y señoras, amigos y amigos todas y todos. Es para mí un auténtico honor poder clausurar esta sesión plenaria de la COSAC. Hoy culminamos las reuniones del semestre de la presidencia española del Consejo de la Unión Europea. A lo largo de estos días hemos tenido la ocasión de profundizar en muchos de los asuntos marcados como prioritarios por la presidencia española, que también serán esenciales en la agenda de reformas de la Comisión Europea para el año 2024. Se ha abordado el estado de las prioridades marcadas por la presidencia española de la Unión Europea, con la intervención del ministro de Asuntos Exteriores de la Unión Europea, el señor Álvarez, y se han tratado cuestiones de la máxima relevancia, como el Pacto Europeo sobre Migración y Asilo, la crisis energética y la transición ecológica, la evolución de la situación en Ucrania y la autonomía estratégica abierta de la Unión Europea, y en especial sus relaciones con América Latina. Por supuesto, sin olvidarnos de la crisis de Oriente Medio, consecuencia del trágico conflicto entre Israel y Palestina, que nos conmueve cada día con las imágenes de las víctimas. Este asunto
futuro, que no estaba en el diseño original de esta reunión, ha adquirido un carácter nuclear en la definición de prioridades del semestre europeo, por lo que ha sido objeto de análisis en esta primera. Somos conscientes del enorme interés que han generado las distintas reuniones del semestre europeo, celebradas en unas circunstancias complejas por la coincidencia con la formación de un nuevo gobierno en España. Quiero agradecer este interés a todos los parlamentos de la Unión Europea y espero que el compromiso de todos sea seguir trabajando conjuntamente en estas cuestiones desde nuestras cámaras. Precisamente, uno de los compromisos adquiridos en la primera reunión de presidentes de León fue la elaboración de una carta sobre el papel del parlamentarismo en una democracia efectiva, que recogiese los principios claves del parlamentarismo moderno, de acuerdo con la iniciativa presentada por el vicepresidente Karas. Este compromiso adquirido nos obliga a seguir colaborando hasta su aprobación previsiblemente en la próxima conferencia de presidentes de parlamentos de la Unión Europea que organizarán las Cortes Generales los días 21 a 23 de abril en Palma, en Mallorca. En esta conferencia estarán presentes muchas de las conclusiones alcanzadas en la reunión de hoy para poder seguir profundizando en los retos comunes de Europa y particularmente en la manera de contribuir desde los parlamentos a la resolución de los desafíos pendientes. Seguiremos debatiendo sobre el concepto de autonomía estratégica abierta. La invasión ilegal rusa de Ucrania ha sido el mayor desafío de la seguridad europea desde el final de la Guerra Fría. Ha demostrado algunas carencias en la capacidad de respuesta autónoma europea, pero ha provocado una fuerte cohesión interna en la Unión que debemos aprovechar y una revitalización de la relación transatlántica que se ha demostrado con la petición de ingreso en la OTAN de Suecia y Finlandia. Evaluaremos el estado de las reformas planteadas en el marco de la gobernanza económica de la Unión, en la aplicación de las reglas fiscales por los Estados miembros, en el impacto económico de una transición energética justa, digital y verde, y de los crecientes gastos en materia de defensa en un contexto internacional de guerra, y abriremos el debate sobre los gastos de reconstrucción de Ucrania. La recuperación económica ha sido uno de los ejes prioritarios de este semestre y lo seguirá siendo para hacer frente a las consecuencias de la pandemia y de la crisis energética y alimentaria ocasionada por la invasión ilegal rusa de Ucrania. También lo serán la promoción de los valores europeos, la transformación digital de las sociedades, la regulación internacional de la inteligencia artificial, la apuesta por las energías renovables, la diversificación de proveedores de hidrocarburos, la necesaria interconexión energética de toda Europa, la profundización en el pilar social de la Unión Europea o el fortalecimiento institucional de la Unión. Asimismo, daremos un lugar destacado a la perspectiva de género, que adquiere un carácter transversal en todas las políticas, por el impacto desigual de las guerras y de todas las crisis en los colectivos más vulnerables, entre los que se sitúan siempre las mujeres y las niñas. Por eso también celebraremos una cumbre previa de mujeres líderes de cámaras parlamentarias europeas, con ocasión de la conferencia en Palma, para analizar todas estas cuestiones desde una perspectiva de igualdad. De igual modo, estaremos pendientes en los avances en el pacto migratorio y de la resolución del conflicto en Oriente Medio, que seguiremos con especial interés a partir del momento en que el Parlamento español asuma la próxima presidencia de la Asamblea Parlamentaria de la Unión por el Mediterráneo. Esta nos ocupará durante el año 2024 y culminará en el mes de mayo de 2025, con la celebración de la Cumbre de Presidentes de Parlamentos de países miembros y de la reunión plenaria de esta Asamblea. Allí se reunirán los parlamentos de la Unión Europea y los de los países de la orilla sur del Mediterráneo, y esperamos que sea la ocasión para constatar la resolución del conflicto en la región y para avanzar en las soluciones acordadas. En un momento de conflicto en el Mediterráneo como el actual, España le concede la máxima importancia a este foro de debate. Por ello, será nuestro objetivo continuar con el seguimiento de estas cuestiones más allá del semestre europeo. Es importante que los parlamentos de la Unión Europea contribuyan de manera activa a la solución de los conflictos en la región mediterránea.
también como ya lo hacen del debate político europeo. Con este deseo, aprovecho la ocasión para desear mucha suerte a la próxima presidencia belga del Consejo de la Unión Europea. Como saben, la presidencia española del Consejo de la Unión Europea será la última completa de esta legislatura europea. La cumbre de presidentes del mes de abril tendrá lugar en plena presidencia belga del Consejo de la Unión y a las puertas ya de las elecciones europeas del mes de junio. Por eso agradecemos tanto las aportaciones recibidas y las que recibiremos, sin duda, en las reuniones del próximo semestre europeo. Todas ellas nos servirán para preparar una declaración conjunta a modo de conclusiones que podamos presentar a nuestros gobiernos antes del comienzo del periodo electoral europeo. Y concluyo agradeciendo, como hacía la señora Sumenzo, a todos aquellos que han hecho posible estas jornadas, todas las que llevamos celebrando durante el semestre de la presidencia española. Agradezco a todos ustedes su participación, sus propuestas, su debate sin duda complejo en momentos complejos y espero y deseo que hayan podido aprovechar estos días también para conocer un poquito esta magnífica ciudad que les ha acogido de la mejor manera posible y que serán siempre muy bien recibidos a cualquier sitio de España. Muchísimas gracias. Perdón, queda clausurada esta conferencia.
And with that, this meeting is concluded.